Chapter 2007. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go Little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. His teacher Gu Yuan was a powerful cosmos god. Furthermore, he had left the cosmos long ago in search of a vaster world within the primal chaos void. Currently, no one knew if he was still alive. But now, these people in front of him actually said that they came from the same sect as his teacher. This, Fang Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. These people were all very strong. Among them, the leading elder's strength was even more tyrannical to the extreme. Fang Chen could feel that this person was at least at the level of the 10 paramount god emperors. Little brat, you don't have to be surprised. Listen to me slowly, the white-bearded old man said with a chuckle. After all, the latter was a disciple of Gu Yuan and was considered to be from the same sect as them. It was natural for him to feel close to meeting people from the same sect at such a place. Firstly, I want to tell you that our sect is called the Unbounded Sword Sect. It is located within the primal chaos void. It is one of the strongest superpowers. The white-bearded old man's first sentence caused a huge wave to rise in Fang Chen's heart. One of the strongest superpowers in the primal chaos void. In other words, they did not belong to this cosmos. Unless his teacher Gu Yuan's guess was correct. Was there a vaster world outside the cosmos? At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the white-bearded old man with a fiery gaze. He had always thought that the cosmos god realm was the peak of the martial Tao and also the end of martial cultivation. But now, he heard such a secret. It completely overturned his previous thoughts. How could he not be shocked? Senior, what is it like outside the cosmos? Fang Chen asked with a deep voice. The white-bearded old man said as he gently stroked his beard. The cosmos we are currently in is merely a cosmos casually constructed by an unrivaled expert within the primal chaos void. What? The cosmos is man-made? At this moment, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. How strong was the person who could construct the cosmos? Most likely, even cosmos gods could not do it. There is no need to be surprised. There are countless of such cosmos in the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man continued, the primal chaos void is vast and boundless. Many powerful sects are stationed within the primal chaos void. There were countless peerless experts. Cosmos gods are merely the lowest level of martial cultivators. Only those who have surpassed the cosmos god realm are qualified to survive in the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man spoke calmly, but Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Wasn't this too exaggerated? What kind of existence was the primal chaos void? There were actually hundreds of millions of universes inside. This was truly inconceivable. The universe we are in now is called a miniature universe by the almighties of the chaos void. Under normal circumstances, only experts who had surpassed the cosmos god realm could create a miniature cosmos. Every miniature universe had a passageway that connected to the primal chaos void. The reason why I can't break through to the cosmos god realm in the miniature cosmos is because the laws here aren't perfect enough. It can't support the strength of a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man slowly explained. Senior, how did you come to our universe? Fang Chen asked in a low voice, trying his best to calm down. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the eyes of the white-bearded old man flashed with a strand of sadness. Soon after, he shook his head and sighed before continuing. In the past, I was considered an outstanding disciple in the Unbounded Sword Sect. I took just 1,000,000 years to become a cosmos god. That time, it shook the entire Unbounded Sword Sect. Before me, the disciple who took the shortest time to become a cosmos god in the Unbounded Sword Sect took 7,000,000 years. That time, I broke the record of becoming a cosmos god in the Unbounded Sword Sect, gaining the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. I thought that my life would change, and my strength would improve by leaps and bounds. But until one day, I fell into a desperate situation. I nearly died. I dragged my miserable body and tore through the membrane of the miniature universe to come to your cosmos. The white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen frowned. He carefully looked at the white-bearded old man. His current realm was the God Emperor realm. Could it be that his realm fell because he struggled at the brink of death? Indeed, The following words of the white-bearded old man dispelled the doubts in Fang Chen's heart. My enemies tried everything they could think of to kill me. They spared no expense in trying to kill me. Even though I succeeded in escaping, I was heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber for a long time. During my slumber, I was constantly absorbing the origin source energy of the cosmos, using the origin source energy of the miniature universe to heal my injuries. But that battle in the past was too tragic, causing my cultivation to fall directly to the God-Emperor realm. The white-bearded old man paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, because I suffered from an injury that could not be healed, it made it impossible for me to become a cosmos god again. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He did not think that the white-bearded old man had such an experience. But I did not give up. Even though I was trapped in the miniature universe, I have always been gathering the outstanding disciples of the younger generation. What you see now is basically what I've found over countless universe epochs. I only have one goal, and that is to return to the Unbounded Sword Sect. The moment I return to the Unbounded Sword Sect, my injuries will definitely be healed. The white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen had always been listening quietly. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. For countless epochs, even though I have been selecting outstanding disciples, none of them could break through to the cosmos god realm. Wanting to break through in the miniature universe is as hard as ascending the heavens. But I did not give up until I met your teacher, Jiyu Yuan. When the white-bearded old man mentioned Jiyu Yuan, his eyes brightened. With my help, Jiyu Yuan used his monstrous potential to break through to the cosmos god realm successfully. After that, he left the miniature universe and headed to the Unbounded Sword Sect to ask for reinforcements. But so many years have passed, and there has been no news of him. The primal chaos void was too dangerous. Even cosmos gods would fall if they were careless. Cosmos gods can't bring others out of the cosmos? Fang Chen asked. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Even though one broke through to the cosmos god realm in the miniature universe, he is not a true cosmos god. According to the words of the primal chaos void, that is a pseudo-cosmos god. It is impossible for a pseudo-cosmos god to bring others out of the cosmos. That is why I asked Jiyu Yuan to head to the Unbounded Sword Sect to ask for reinforcements. The white-bearded old man had a firm attitude, saying, as long as I am not dead, I will continue working hard. If one person fails, I will groom the next one. I believe there will be a day when the Unbounded Sword Sect will bring me back. After hearing the story of the white-bearded old man, Fang Chen sighed slightly. He was relatively curious about the primal chaos void. The path of martial arts was originally to pursue the peak of the martial Tao as the #1 goal. There was an even higher realm above the cosmos god realm. Beyond the miniature universe, there was an even vaster space. How could Fang Chen reject such temptation? Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He thought, there will be a day when I leave the miniature universe and head to the primal chaos void. After pondering for a moment, he slowly digested the secrets told by the white-bearded old man. Following that, Fang Chen turned to the white-bearded old man, asking, Senior, how big is the primal chaos void? Can you explain it to this junior in detail? The white-bearded old man knew the intention of Fang Chen. He lightly shook his head. Currently, you aren't even a god-emperor, so it is useless for you to know these. Since you are a disciple of Jiyu Yuan and have entered the primal desolate land by relying on your own strength, then I will do my best to help you become a god-emperor before becoming a cosmos god. The moment you become a cosmos god, you will know all these. Hearing that, Fang Chen softly nodded. You should join the sect first. The white-bearded old man said, given the current situation, I can only bring the sect to accept a disciple. After returning to the Unbounded Sword Sect, you can do the ceremony. The Unbounded Sword Sect placed great importance on the ceremony. Fang Chen followed the instructions of the white-bearded old man. He soon completed the ceremony. From today onwards, you are a disciple of my Unbounded Sword Sect. The white-bearded old man excitedly patted the shoulder of Fang Chen. He said with a laugh, Come, I will bring you to meet someone. She has high hopes of breaking through to the cosmos god realm. Perhaps, not long after, The two of you will leave the miniature universe side by side and head to the unbounded sword sect. Read all the novels that cost more than $1 million for free. Smart bookshelf management. Novels you like will never be lost. It is dedicated to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow the official WeChat account. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the free reader. Chapter 2008. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing the words of the white-bearded old man, Fang Chen was slightly astonished. There was actually someone in the Yuan desolate land who had the chance to become a cosmos god. Who was it? He was rather curious in his heart. The white-bearded old man brought Fang Chen along. As they walked, he said with a smile, "Speaking of this genius, she is truly formidable. Her potential might not be as good as yours, but her inheritance is very tyrannical." After a moment, the two arrived in front of a valley. Looking over, the valley was deathly silent. There were towering trees everywhere. They were verdant and lush. Seeing the valley, Fang Chen was slightly astonished. The sky above the valley was completely enveloped by two completely opposite auras. One of them was a fiery red aura, and the other was a yin aura. Yi. Why is it so similar to Yu Er's mysterious yin phoenix body? The closer they got to the valley, the more curious Fang Chen became. "It's here." The white-bearded old man pointed to the valley ahead and said with a smile. Soon after, he roared towards the valley. Immediately, a cotton-robed figure walked out from within. The appearance of this cotton-robed male gave Fang Chen an extreme pressure. So powerful. Fang Chen felt his entire body tense. His perfect sword body automatically operated. "Old Kuei, this brat is Jiyu Yuan's disciple," the white-bearded old man introduced with a smile. Hearing that, the cotton-robed male revealed a look of astonishment on his face. He did not expect that after so many years, he could still meet Jiyu Yuan's disciple. The cotton-robed male closed his eyes. After sensing for a moment, he opened his eyes and lightly nodded. "That's right. I have indeed sensed the aura belonging to Jiyu Yuan." The cotton-robed male grinned at Fang Chen. "Old Kuei, let me tell you, Fang Chen's potential is very strong. In this cosmos epoch, there is no one with greater potential than him. Even when Jiyu Yuan was at this realm, he might not be as good as this disciple." The white-bearded old man chuckled. "Previously, didn't you boast about your disciple to me? Look at him. Is he not as good as your disciple?" When he saw the white-bearded old man's gloating expression, the man called Old Kuei shook his head and said, "I admit that fellow's potential is greater than that disciple of mine. But breaking through to the cosmos god realm did not depend on one's potential. One had to depend on one's strength and luck. Only by integrating all aspects can one become a cosmos god." Obviously, Old Kuei believed that his disciple was not much worse than Fang Chen in all aspects. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let Fang Chen meet your disciple." The white-bearded old man waved his hand and said, "Who knows, the two of them might become cosmos gods. By then, they could leave the miniature cosmos together. That way, the chances of success in heading to the sword sect would greatly increase. Let's go." The linen-clothed man waved his hand and immediately removed the terrifying restriction around the valley. Soon after, the three of them entered the valley. "Do you see that? The person on the stone platform is Old Kuei's disciple. He possesses the Yin Phoenix body and has unlimited potential," the white-bearded old man said. After entering the valley, Fang Chen's breathing became hurried. Because he saw the person he yearned for day and night. Wasn't this his wife, Star and Moon? "You Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. His face was filled with ecstasy. Ever since Star and Moon disappeared, he had always been worried in his heart. But after searching the entire deity world, he could not find the whereabouts of Star and Moon. And now, he found her in this Yuan desolate land. At this moment, Fang Chen saw the linen-clothed man from the corner of his eyes. He was certain that the God Emperor who brought Star and Moon away in the past should be this linen-clothed man. "This is great." Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was incomparably excited. If not for the fact that Star and Moon were cultivating, he would have rushed up to the stone platform to hug Star and Moon. "Amen. What happened to you?" the white-bearded old man hurriedly asked when he saw that something was wrong with Fang Chen. "Elder Bai. To tell you the truth, this woman is my first wife in the deity world." Fang Chen said bluntly, "Not long ago, I went out to do something. When I returned, I was told that my wife, Star and Moon, had been taken away by a mysterious person. I was very anxious and searched the entire deity world for her. I didn't expect you to be here." At this point, Fang Chen turned to look at the linen-clothed man and said, "It seems that the person who took my wife away was Senior Kuei, right? Ha ha ha, how interesting." The linen-clothed man heard this and was somewhat astonished. After a long while, he laughed heartily. He could not help but believe in fate. "I didn't expect that the two of you were husband and wife. This is even better. The two of you can dual cultivate in the Yuan desolate land. Your strength will increase by leaps and bounds," the white-bearded old man said. Hearing the words dual cultivate, Fang Chen's cheeks flushed a little. "Brat, don't tell me that you are still that?" the white-bearded old man asked with shifty eyes. Fang Chen chose to ignore him. This old man was actually asking him such a question. "All right, old Bai. Don't tease him." The linen-clothed man's words avoided Fang Chen's awkwardness. "Senior, why did you take my wife away?" Fang Chen hurriedly changed the topic. If he continued, there was no guarantee that the white-bearded old man would say something that would shock the world. "Your wife has the profound yin phoenix body. More importantly, she has the profound yin phoenix body. More importantly, her primordial spirit has fused with a strand of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix's remnant consciousness." The linen-clothed man said faintly, "In some ways, your Star and Moon is equivalent to the rebirth of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix." Fang Chen could understand the linen-clothed man's words. However, his heart was shaken. No wonder his wife had the mystic yin phoenix body. It was because her primordial spirit had fused with a strand of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix's remnant consciousness. God Emperor Mystic Phoenix was the powerful God Emperor of the 7th era who had the mystic yin phoenix body. I have some connections with God Emperor Mystic Phoenix. Not long ago, I was traveling the God world to see if there were any outstanding geniuses. Coincidentally, I found her. I saved her and brought her to the Yuan desolate impasse. The linen-clothed man continued to explain. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. Didn't the white-bearded old man say that he was the second outsider to enter the Yuan desolate impasse in this universe era? The first one was his master Gu Yuan. Then what was his wife, the Star and Moon? As if seeing Fang Chen's confusion, the white-bearded old man explained, "Do you know who old Kuei is?" Fang Chen shook his head. Wasn't old Kuei from the Limitless Sword sect? Did he have another identity? According to Fang Chen's guess, the linen-clothed man, old Kuei, was at least an expert who had survived the 7th era. After experiencing more than a dozen universe epochs, it was unimaginable how strong he was. To tell you the truth, old Kuei isn't from the Limitless Sword sect. But he isn't an outsider either. He is the master of the Cloud Desolate Impasse. What? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen did not dare believe it. How could the master of the Yuan Desolate Impasse be a God Emperor? One had to know that even the current 10 strongest God Emperors could not enter the true core region of the Yuan Desolate Impasse. Even if the linen-clothed man was stronger, he was still within the God Emperor realm. How could he control the Yuan Desolate Impasse? The Yuan Desolate Impasse was created by my master. After he left, I took over the management and became the master of this place. Old Kuei said with a smile. Hearing old Kuei's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. He widened his eyes and stared at old Kuei. His heart was in turmoil. According to his master, the bone progenitor, the Yuan Desolate Impasse had existed since ancient times. Even he did not know how many cosmos epochs it had existed for. And the person who could create the Yuan Desolate Impasse was at least a cosmos god. But after entering the Yuan Desolate Impasse, Fang Chen understood. An expert who could create such a dangerous place like the Yuan Desolate Impasse was definitely not a cosmos god. Instead, He was an existence beyond the cosmos God realm. He was also an unparalleled expert who could create a miniature cosmos. Old Kuei's master was actually such an expert. Thinking of his master, Old Kuei softly shook his head. My master is extremely powerful. But it is a pity that my talent is too low and I am unable to follow in his footsteps. In the end, I was left behind by my master in the Yuan Desolate Impasse, guarding the Yuan Desolate Impasse for generations. Unless I rely on my own strength to step into the cosmos God realm. Old Kuei sighed. For countless years, he had been searching for a way to become a cosmos god, yet he failed. Looking at the star and moon cultivating on the distant stone platform, Fang Chen was speechless. His wife had unknowingly become the next master of the Yuan Desolate Impasse. If I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by my wife. Fang Chen thought. The white-bearded old man discussed briefly with Old Kuei before coming up with a cultivation plan that targeted Fang Chen. The phone app was officially online. 1,000,000 deity weapons. There were offline caching, quality recommendations, update notifications and other functions, allowing the user to read novels anytime and anywhere without wasting data. Client download Wanban Heiji, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 2009. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yuan Wilderness Impasse, Yin Yang Valley. Love go little say W. Chu when Star and Moon woke up from her cultivation, she was surprised to find her husband, whom she had been missing day and night. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. She hugged Fang Chen tightly, as if they were the only two left in the world. Brother Chen, I don't want to be separated from you anymore, Star and Moon said softly. Star and Moon had always given people the impression that she was cold and not good with words. Her expression and thoughts were hidden deep in her heart. Therefore, people who didn't know her well would feel that she had an unapproachable aura. However, the fact that she could say such words with such a personality was enough to prove how much Star and Moon missed Fang Chen. Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon and gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. He said softly, "Don't worry, we will never be separated." Outside Yin Yang Valley, the white-bearded old man and Old Kuei looked at each other. The white-bearded old man said proudly, "Old Kuei, what do you think? You didn't expect this, right? So what if you took in a disciple? In the end, didn't you get abducted into our Wuji sword sect?" Ha ha ha. Seeing the white-bearded old man gloating, Old Kuei rolled his eyes at him. "Old White, do you not want to continue living in this Yuan Wilderness Impasse?" He had bickered with Old Kuei for so many years, but he had rarely seen Old Kuei suffer. Seeing Old Kuei's current expression, the white-bearded old man laughed. In the end, Old Kuei ignored the white-bearded old man. The latter also stopped laughing and changed the topic to Star and Moon and Fang Chen. "Old Kuei, what do you think?" the white-bearded old man asked. "Aren't you asking the obvious? How can I compare to your Wuji sword sect when it comes to nurturing disciples?" Old Kuei said angrily. That was indeed the case. Although the white-bearded old man's cultivation level had dropped to the God-Emperor realm due to the severe injuries he had suffered countless years ago, the white-bearded old man's cultivation level had dropped to the God-Emperor realm. Nevertheless, he was once a genuine cosmos god. In terms of understanding of martial arts, Old Kuei couldn't compare to him. During these years, the white-bearded old man had always been exchanging cultivation experiences with Old Kuei. He wanted to return to the cosmos god realm. This was also the reason why Old Kuei allowed the white-bearded old man and the others to live in the primordial wilderness. He needed the white-bearded old man's valuable experience. The old man's mind contained all sorts of ancient records of the Wuji sword sect. The insights of an expert were very important to Old Kuei. "You're still the same. You haven't changed at all." The white-bearded old man sighed. Time had passed, but his good friend, Old Kuei, had not changed at all. This made the white-bearded elder feel gratified. At least in this lonely miniature universe, he still had a close friend. "You haven't changed either." Although the two of them often bickered, they were very clear about their friendship. "All right, let's get down to business. What do you think are the chances of them breaking through dual cultivation?" The white-bearded old man asked. Actually, dual cultivation was very beneficial to the mysterious yin phoenix body. But to Fang Chen, he did not know. That was why he asked old Kuei. After all, the latter had a deep understanding of the mysterious yin phoenix body. Other than the former god-emperor mysterious phoenix, no one could compare with her. Old Kuei pondered for a moment after hearing that. The two of them are husband and wife. Their hearts are connected. If they were to dual cultivate, Fang Chen could rely on the mysterious yin phoenix body to raise his cultivation. And Star and Moon could also absorb the cosmos god aura from Fang Chen. This is a win-win situation. I agree. Since old Kuei said so, the white-bearded old man naturally did not have any objections. All right, then you should go and tell them. The white-bearded old man chuckled. I know you will be like this. Old Kuei helplessly shook his head. If Fang Chen, who was in the Yin-Yang Valley, knew that these two undying old men were actually researching if he could raise his cultivation by dual cultivating with his wife, he would definitely be infuriated. On the stone platform in the valley, Fang Chen and Star and Moon snuggled together. As long as the two of them were together, it was as if they owned the entire world. Fang Chen hoped that such beautiful times could last forever. But it's a pity that good times did not last long. Just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, old Kuei's appearance interrupted their actions. Star and Moon lowered her head awkwardly. Her face was slightly red. And Fang Chen looked at the two of them with slight annoyance. I just discussed with Old White. Dual cultivating with Fang Chen will allow you to raise your cultivation at the fastest speed. Who knows, you might even break through to the God Emperor realm. Old Kuei said frankly. Teacher, hearing that, Star and Moon felt even more awkward. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Fang Chen was somewhat unhappy. Didn't they say they wanted to come up with a cultivation plan for him? They wanted him to dual cultivate with one of them? Damn, if that's the case, why would they still need you? This daddy doesn't know how to do it. Fang Chen, don't be anxious. Listen to old Kuei slowly, the white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen nodded. His gaze landed on old Kuei. Firstly, the dual cultivation I'm talking about isn't just a simple dual cultivation. It's a profound dual cultivation. The first sentence of old Kuei directly made Fang Chen have the impulse to vomit blood. Old Undying, do you dare to be more straightforward? Deep-level dual cultivation? How could you even say such shameless words like that? And your expression doesn't change? Are you pretending to be calm? There are countless resources in the Yuan desolate land. To truly break through to the God Emperor realm, you have to depend on yourselves. Old Kuei continued, I can arrange an extremely unique environment for the two of you, allowing the two of you to cultivate together. This time, old Kuei finally spoke in a more tactful and reserved manner. Can't we just follow the path of my teacher Jiu Yuan? Fang Chen asked. Your thinking is too simple. Jiu Yuan could become a cosmos god in the past partly due to luck. Furthermore, when the white-bearded old man said this, a fervent look appeared on his face. Fang Chen could feel a strand of admiration in the eyes of the white-bearded old man. What did this mean? Admiration for his teacher Jiu Yuan? No matter what, the white-bearded old man was once a cosmos god. Furthermore, he was a member of the Unbounded Sword sect in the Primal Chaos Void. Why would he admire his teacher? There must be some inside story. Speaking of your teacher Jiu Yuan, he is indeed a talent. Furthermore, his courage is something ordinary people can't compare with. Even the cosmos gods in the Unbounded Sword sect can't compare with him. The white-bearded old man said solemnly. Amen. Actually, Jiu Yuan had already become a cosmos god before this cosmos epoch. It's just that he fell during the process of exploring the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man said, but every time before your teacher fell, he would condense his life's effort into a sword Dao seed. Only after his true body fell would the sword Dao seed transform, eventually possessing the consciousness of your teacher Jiu Yuan. What is going on? Fang Chen felt puzzled. Becoming a cosmos god in the miniature cosmos is an amazing matter. Your teacher Jiu Yuan did it. He left the miniature cosmos to explore the primal chaos void. He understood the dangers of the primal chaos void and did not wish to fall. Hence, every cosmos epoch, he would condense a sword Dao seed before leaving. This sword Dao seed would start transforming in the next cosmos epoch after he fell. The reason why I admire your teacher is because of this. The white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei could not help but say from the side, most cosmos gods could condense a martial Dao seed to complete the transformation. After many years, they would rely on the martial Dao seed to revive. But they don't have the courage like Gu Yuan. Because the moment they chose to condense a martial Dao seed, they might not be able to reach the peak of their cultivation realm. In the future, it's very likely that you won't be able to reach your peak state when you were alive. If that's the case, everything will be meaningless. The white-bearded old man said. But there are some martial fanatics in the primal chaos void who would use this method to resolve their worries before venturing into dangerous places. The white-bearded old man continued, your teacher's talent is outstanding enough. Over several cosmos epochs, the sword Dao seed he left behind had transformed successfully, eventually becoming a cosmos god. But it's a pity that he would fall every time he ventured into the primal chaos void. Until this cosmos epoch, when your teacher met with a bottleneck and came to the Yuan desolate land, I helped him break through. But after so many years, there has been no news of him. It is most likely that he has fallen. The degree of danger in the primal chaos void was too high. This, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Who would have thought that his teacher Gu Yuan was so heaven-defying? According to the theory of reincarnation, he had cultivated to the cosmos god realm in several lifetimes. The novel app that everyone has been waiting for is online. The app supports offline reading. There are no advertisements. More than 1 million novels can be read for free. Font and brightness adjustment, night mode, memory of reading progress and many other powerful functions. Download method, Gagijingin, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 2010. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. In the end, under the earnest persuasion of the white-bearded old man and old Kuei, Fang Chen agreed to the cultivation plan they had planned for him. Love go little say W. Chu Fang Chen was a little repulsed by outsiders interfering in the bedroom matters between him and his wife. But Star and Moon's words made Fang Chen throw this matter to the back of his mind. Brother Chen, I want a child that belongs to us. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Fang Chen nodded without hesitation. It was only now that he realized that he had been apart from his wife more than he had spent time with her all these years. He owed her too much. Star and Moon lowered her head. Her face was slightly red as she leaned on Fang Chen's shoulder. At this moment, old Kuei came to Fang Chen's side and said, I've rearranged the Yin-Yang Valley. You can go in now. Oh right, after you enter, the Yin-Yang Valley will be completely integrated into the void. Without your permission, old White and I will not be able to see it. Before old Kuei left, he specially explained, afraid that Fang Chen would have other thoughts. Hearing that, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Then his gaze landed on the Yin-Yang Valley in the distance. He held his wife Star and Moon's small white hand tightly and entered the valley step by step. Hua-la! Yin-Yang Valley was the core of the Yuan desolate land. There was an extremely dense energy here that was very suitable for cultivation. And this time, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man went all out in order to nurture the two of them into cosmos gods. They transferred all the law energy in the entire Yuan desolate land to Yin-Yang Valley. It could be said that the current Yin-Yang Valley was like a world of its own. There were laws operating inside. It was just that the law operation here was too different from the law operation in the deity world. At most, it was a very special space. Yin-Yang Valley had a strong flow of time. This was specially prepared for Fang Chen by the two. After Fang Chen and Star and Moon entered Yin-Yang Valley, a huge change occurred in the valley. The entire valley was enveloped by a strange aura and disappeared into the void. Dong. The commotion in the Yin-Yang Valley caused the Yuan desolate impasse to tremble. Standing on the wasteland, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were full of smiles as they watched the Yin-Yang Valley gradually disappear. Cultivating both the mysterious yin phoenix body and the perfect sword body is definitely the best way to cultivate, old Kuei said to himself. He was quite excited. That's right. After this round of cultivation, both of them might be able to reach the Emperor God realm, the white-bearded old man said. Yin-Yang Valley, on the stone platform. Fang Chen and Star and Moon sat cross-legged on the stone platform, looking at each other. You are very beautiful. Fang Chen said with a smile. When Star and Moon heard this, she became even more shy. She turned around and stopped staring at Fang Chen. The latter's hands were already on Star and Moon's body, groping it up and down. It's time to have a child of our own. After saying this, Fang Chen directly pressed his body on Star and Moon, pressing the latter onto the stone platform. Whoosh! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. In the entire Yin-Yang Valley, the rich power of rules poured into the stone platform crazily, wrapping the two of them in the middle. At this moment, the two of them wished they could melt each other and fuse their primordial spirits together. Time passed quickly. Fang Chen and Star and Moon spent a total of 3 years cultivating this time. In these 3 years, the two of them benefited a lot through the dual cultivation. Especially Star and Moon, her cultivation had increased to the half-step Emperor God realm. Her attack power was comparable to a second-stage Emperor God expert. If she fully activated the mysterious Yin Phoenix body, her attack power would be even stronger. On Xingyu's body, there was already a faint shadow of Emperor God Xianfeng. Compared to Star and Moon's improvement, Fang Chen's improvement was more obvious. Firstly, it was the improvement of his primordial spirit. When the two of them opened their hearts and fused their primordial spirits together, the improvement of his soul Dao energy exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. His primordial spirit, which was originally at the half-step fourth origin realm, had reached the peak in just 3 years. He was just 1 step away from entering the fourth origin realm. And once his primordial spirit reached the fourth origin realm, it meant that Fang Chen's combat power was comparable to that of a cosmos god. The improvement of his primordial spirit was naturally accompanied by the improvement of his soul Dao cultivation. His soul cultivation level jumped from the peak middle stage true god realm to the peak late stage true god realm. According to the conversion of the deity world, the peak late stage true god realm was equivalent to the 3rd stage, which was the standard of an emperor god. Of course, it did not mean that Fang Chen's combat power was comparable to that of an emperor god. That was impossible. Firstly, even though his soul cultivation level had increased, there was still a certain gap between him and an emperor god. Secondly, he did not have a matching soul Dao divine technique, so his attack power was still weak. Dong. The golden heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, dense sword-shaped runes appeared all over Fang Chen's body. It was also at this time that Star and Moon opened her eyes. Mysterious yin energy surged out from her snow-white body and condensed into a mysterious yin armor. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately understood that this should be the result of the fusion of the mysterious yin phoenix body and the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body is becoming stronger. Fang Chen could feel that the perfect sword body had broken through the bottleneck in a short period of time and continued to improve. What a powerful fleshy body. The energy in Fang Chen's body was dissipating. At the same time, Star and Moon's mysterious yin phoenix body was also transforming. Suddenly, a resplendent light shot out from Star and Moon's body. This light then turned into the shadow of a phoenix. The fiery red phoenix let out a resonant cry. Beside it was a gigantic sword that shocked the heavens. The fiery red phoenix opened its mouth and spat out raging flames. It directly surrounded the giant sword and finally held it in its claws. Dong. At this moment, the whole world shook. Dual cultivation had also reached the peak. The shaking was very loud. Fang Chen and Star and Moon were also enjoying the pleasure of dual cultivation. For 3 years, they often dual cultivated. But this time, the dual cultivation was particularly comfortable and gave people a special feeling. After a long time, the shaking of the world disappeared. The fiery red phoenix and the giant sword also drilled into their bodies. Fang Chen and Star and Moon opened their eyes and looked at each other tenderly. Then, Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon. "You Brother Chen. On this day, Star and Moon said that they would stop dual cultivation. At first, Fang Chen didn't understand why. But when he found out, he was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, am I going to be a father too? Fang Chen was so excited that he directly jumped up on the stone platform. If people outside saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Even the powerful godly emperor of destruction who could fight against the godly emperor would lose his composure like this. After a while, Fang Chen calmed down and directly hugged Fang Chen. Thank you. Brother Chen, we finally have a child. Star and Moon was pregnant, so the dual cultivation naturally ended. According to old Kuei, Fang Chen controlled Yin-Yang Valley to appear from the void. Dong. Yin-Yang Valley returned to its original position, and the terrifying restriction around it disappeared in an instant. How was it? Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man had been waiting. When they saw Yin-Yang Valley appear, they hurriedly turned into afterimages and entered the valley. At this time, Fang Chen and Star and Moon had already packed up and walked down the stone platform together. Have you broken through? The white-bearded old man hurriedly asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Old Kuei also frowned slightly. If you haven't broken through, why did you stop the plan? What's going on? Yu is pregnant, Fang Chen said. The white-bearded old man and old Kuei, who were about to teach Fang Chen a lesson, were also stunned. Immediately, the two were ecstatic. Ha ha ha, great news. Yes, the combination of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body and the perfect sword body. How talented will the child be? I'm really looking forward to it. At the level of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, the child would most likely inherit their genes. Therefore, if the parent's potential was strong, the child's potential would not be too weak. You should rest well and recuperate, old Kuei said. Fang Chen, since we can't continue the dual cultivation, let's continue with the next stage of cultivation. The white-bearded old man said, but before that, I want to see how you've been doing in the past 3 years. The effect is not bad. My primordial spirit almost reached the 4th origin realm. My soul cultivation has also reached the peak of the late-stage true God realm. Fang Chen said, now, even if I face the 10 strongest divine emperors, I can escape unscathed. The latest app for the official mobile phone reader is on the shelves. It's updated daily with a huge amount of novel content. It's small in size, saves traffic, and has no advertisements. It's more convenient to find novels. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the mobile app. Chapter 2011. Genius 1 second Remember Love Go Little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The dual cultivation in the Yuan desolate land had a huge harvest, comparable to 100 years of bitter cultivation by himself. Of course, other than Star and Moon's mysterious Yin Phoenix body, old Kuei had given him all the resources in the entire Yuan desolate land. This was also a very important reason. After hearing Fang Chen's words, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were very happy. Even though it did not reach their expectations, at least his strength was comparable to that of a god emperor. Furthermore, he was only a god emperor now. If he broke through to the god emperor realm, he might be able to fight against a cosmos god. Thinking of this, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were secretly delighted. Let's go. The second phase of training has just begun. The white-bearded old man said softly. The group of 3 then left. Star and Moon was arranged by their teacher, old Kuei, to rest on the stone platform in the Yin-Yang Valley. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man brought Fang Chen to a public square. What is the second phase of training? Fang Chen asked curiously. After the first phase of training, he was even more curious about what kind of surprise old Kuei and the white-bearded old man would bring him. He had been stuck in the God Emperor realm for a very long time. If he could break through to the God Emperor realm, he would be able to protect himself the next time he returned to the deity world. During your dual cultivation with Yu-Er, your perfect sword body has mutated. I've discussed it with old Bai. What we need to do now is to completely forge your mutated perfect sword body into the strongest physique. Old Kuei said. Don't underestimate our forging this time. Your perfect sword body has mutated, and your fleshy body's defense has strengthened a lot, but it hasn't reached the level of a god emperor yet. This tempering is very important to you. The white-bearded old man said earnestly, wait till you cultivate your perfect sword body to the level of a supreme emperor god. At that time, you will be qualified to challenge a supreme emperor god. How do I temper it? Fang Chen's eyes brightened and he hurriedly asked. He also felt the transformation of his perfect sword body, giving him an indescribable feeling. But old Kuei and the white-bearded old man guessed wrong. His perfect sword body was much stronger than what they had imagined. Voila! The white-bearded old man waved his hand and a puppet appeared on the square. The puppet had a long sword in its hand. You have to fight the puppets continuously until you destroy them. The white-bearded old man said, these puppets are all God Emperor puppets. We will gradually increase the number of puppets according to your actual combat situation. You will pass the second stage of the test when you can destroy 128 puppets in one go. God Emperor Realm Puppet. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the puppets in the square. As expected of an elder of the limitless sword sect, he could casually take out a God Emperor puppet. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a storm in the God realm. Rivers of blood would flow, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. All right, let's begin. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the square. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man laughed as they discussed. Old Kuei, how long do you think Fang Chen will take to deal with this first puppet? Old Kuei pondered for a moment and then said, God Emperor Realm puppets don't need to defend. They can attack with all their might. Moreover, the sword principle divine skill is very strong. If Fang Chen wants to deal with it, he will need at least 15 minutes. This was old Kuei's conservative estimate. After all, Fang Chen was only a god emperor. I don't think it will take 15 minutes. The white-bearded old man expressed his opinion. Let's begin. Old Kuei suddenly said. The puppet on the square suddenly waved the long sword in its hand. Unimaginable sword light cut through the sky and slashed towards Fang Chen's body. Let's test my physical strength. Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw the ferocious attacks. He stood motionless on the square and waited quietly for the powerful sword light to slash towards him. Love Go Xiao Sei W, Chupuchi. The sword light slashed on Fang Chen's body. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin circulated and the terrifying power crushed the sword light. Too weak. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man nodded with satisfaction. The attack of an ordinary Emperor God Realm puppet could not cause any harm to Fang Chen. After knowing his physical defense, Fang Chen began to counterattack the puppet. However, what surprised the white-bearded old man and old Kuei was that Fang Chen's attack seemed to have deliberately avoided the puppet's vital point and used the puppet as a training target. However, what they did not know was, when Fang Chen saw the Emperor God Realm puppet, he had another idea in his mind. That was to capture all of these Emperor God Realm puppets and give them to Qing Hu. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally figured out the puppet's weakness. It's time, Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he leaped and used the illusory demon book of time and merged into the void. When he appeared again, his finger was already pointing at the puppet's armpit. Suddenly, the puppet stood on the ground and stopped attacking. Keep! Fang Chen shouted and kept the puppet into his sumeru ring. This old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were puzzled and asked, what do you want these puppets for? He was already stronger than the puppets. Why would he want them? They were useless. I have a brother who specializes in puppetry. I want to capture these puppets and give them to him. Fang Chen grinned and said, you guys don't have any objections, right? I see. The white-bearded old man nodded and said, these puppets are useless to me. In the limitless sword sect, they are even worse than trash. Take them if you want. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips. The Emperor God Realm puppets that could cause a huge commotion in the divine world were even worse than trash in the limitless sword sect. Voila! The second wave of puppets increased to 2. However, Fang Chen had already mastered the method to subdue the puppets. He easily kept the 2 puppets into his sumeru ring. Just like that, he fought the puppets continuously. In just 6 hours, Fang Chen had collected a large number of puppets. And at this moment, the number of puppets had increased to 64. Fang Chen finally felt a strand of pressure. Because when 64 puppets attacked together, their combat power had already reached the level of a supreme God Emperor. They were many times stronger than the God Emperor of Death. Fang Chen could still resist against such attacks. But it was slightly troublesome to subdue them. Outside the plaza, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei had been paying close attention. Fang Chen's fleshy body is stronger than what we imagined. Old Kuei indifferently said. That's right. This brat is really outstanding. A miniature cosmos could actually produce such a heavenly genius. With his potential, if he was in the limitless sword sect, he would have long become a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man sighed. After countless epochs, he finally met a true heavenly genius. Even though the 64 puppets are slightly troublesome for him, he can still handle them. Old Kuei continued, the crucial point is the final wave, the 128 puppets. Only then can he truly temper his fleshy body. The more I interact with him, the more I feel that this brat has a higher chance of becoming a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man said. He was once a cosmos god. Even though his realm had fallen, his foresight was still unique. Magic Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword. Fang Chen executed the Magic Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword. With a shou sound, a terrifying sword light formed an enormous black dragon in the sky. With a crafty angle, it struck the weak point of a puppet. At that moment, Fang Chen kept it into his Sumeru ring. Continue. In the following period, Fang Chen began his crazy battle. Naturally, the deity world did not know what was happening in the Yuan desolate land. During these 3 years, the deity world had become much more peaceful. But on this day, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire deity world, causing a huge tremor. South Tomb Sword Palace Master, God Emperor Swordless had exited his closed-door cultivation. The projections of the 9 supreme God Emperors descended at the same time. They wanted to confirm if God Emperor Swordless had broken through. He hasn't, but the aura on his body has become much stronger. It gives me a profound feeling. God Emperor Swordless isn't simple. The projections of the 9 supreme God Emperors were conversing with each other in secret. At the same time, they let out a sigh of relief. God Emperor Swordless had not broken through, and the balance of the deity world would not be broken. God Emperor Swordless looked up at the sky. He glanced at the 9 projections before his gaze landed on the battle sword manor. Death, what is happening? That thick voice of God Emperor Swordless could be heard. It shook the hearts of people. Important notice of this website. This website's free novel app has no advertisements, no errors, and members can synchronize with their bookshelves. The text size can be adjusted, and the reading brightness can be adjusted for a better reading experience. AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the free reader. Chapter 2012. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Emperor God Swordless was the master of South Tomb Sword Palace and one of the 10 strongest emperor gods. He was also the only emperor god in the divine world who practiced the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, the reason why Emperor God Swordless was worshipped was because of his ability to teach his disciples. 3 emperor gods in one sect, this was not an exaggeration. Black Emperor and Death Emperor were the 2 disciples that Emperor God Swordless was most proud of. They were also the ones that he valued the most. They had hopes of entering the 3rd level and becoming the strongest emperor gods. At that time, South Tomb Sword Palace would be above the other 6 forces and become the true overlord of the divine world. However, Emperor God Swordless had just come out of seclusion and noticed that something was wrong with Death Emperor. Master, please uphold justice for junior brother. Black Emperor cupped his fist and said loudly to Emperor God Swordless, Emperor God of Destruction has the fighting power of an emperor god. Therefore, Emperor God of Destruction took back what he said about not attacking Fang Chen. Junior was eager to take revenge, who would have thought? The Black Emperor's voice was filled with rage. Death's doppelganger was destroyed by Fang Chen? Emperor God Swordless' voice was filled with a shocking aura. Fang Chen was the mastermind and he had other helpers, Black Emperor said. Death Emperor knelt on the ground and did not say a word. He was asking his master to take revenge for him. Damn it. Emperor God's swordless voice was calm, but it was filled with shock. He looked up and looked at the bone progenitor's projection in the void. Bone progenitor, give me an explanation. The bone progenitor's projection spread out his hands and said, Swordless, your disciple is a second-level emperor god, but he wanted to deal with my disciple, a divine emperor. His doppelganger was destroyed and he deserved it. My disciple's whereabouts are still unknown. Who am I going to take revenge on? Bone progenitor looked at Emperor God Swordless angrily. Good, very good. Emperor God Swordless said twice. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the void. Rumble. A shocking power surged from Emperor God Swordless' palm. He grabbed the air with his hand and tore the void apart. Crack. Ancestor Bone's face was filled with disdain. However, when he felt Emperor God Swordless attack, his expression changed greatly and he retreated rapidly. Hua. Bone progenitor used space-time cultivation system power to travel through the void and dodged Emperor God of Swordless' attack. At this moment, the projections of the other 8 ultimate Emperor Gods looked solemn as they stared at Emperor God Swordless. His strength. The God Emperor of Time involuntarily cried out. He forced Ancestor Bone to retreat with a single move. Although the fight had happened in the blink of an eye, the strongest Emperor Gods at the scene had seen it clearly. God Emperor Swordless' strength completely surpassed Ancestor Bone. If not for the fact that Zhongxian was adept at traversing through spacetime, he might have already been struck. God of course. God of Destruction God Emperor looked at Emperor God of Swordless. The other God Emperors were shocked to see 3 flowers formed by sword chi above Emperor God of Swordless' head. 3 flowers at one's crown. This was the sign of primordial spirit level 4. The 9 God Emperors were shocked. They looked at Emperor God of Swordless in disbelief. Swordless, has your primordial spirit reached level 4? God of Creation God Emperor asked after a long while. That's right. Emperor God of Swordless looked at Bone Progenitor again. Give me an explanation. It was the same words, but the meaning was different from before. Bone Progenitor's heart was heavy. If it was before, he wouldn't be afraid of Emperor God of Swordless. But now, Emperor God of Destruction's strength was on par with or even stronger than God of Destruction. My disciple has also fallen. Bone Progenitor shook his head. If that's the case, Emperor God of Swordless was halfway through his sentence. Then, a huge black sword appeared in his hand. Kill. Emperor God of Swordless roared. The huge sword in his hand was a supreme true god weapon. He slashed at Bone Progenitor. The latter's face changed and he retreated quickly. Enough. At this moment, God of Destruction made his move. A terrifying aura of destruction circled around the giant sword and blocked the attack of the giant sword. Destruction, what do you mean by this? The current Emperor God of Swordless was God of Destruction. Back then, his plan was foiled by Fang Chen. He chased after Fang Chen but was stopped by God of Destruction. Emperor God of Swordless was resentful of God of Destruction. Swordless, although you're strong, it's not the time for internal strife. However, now is not the time for internal strife. When holy light religion is destroyed, I will not intervene no matter what you do. That's right, Swordless. Your disciple only lost a clone. Bone Progenitor's disciple has fallen. Let's leave it at that for the time being. Holy light religion is ready to make a move. Religion master might appear soon. We should work together to fight against holy light religion. Under the persuasion of the few Emperor Gods, Emperor God of Swordless finally kept his huge black sword. For their sake, I won't argue with you. However, after holy light religion is destroyed, I will go to Sky Bone Palace to seek justice, Emperor God of Swordless said coldly. Humph. Bone Progenitor snorted and didn't say anything else. Emperor God of Swordless' gaze shifted to God of Destruction. Destruction, you have always been one of the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. However, I, Swordless, am not convinced. Emperor God of Swordless' voice reverberated through the entire South Tomb Sword Palace. When the disciples heard it, they were excited beyond words. Then let's fight, God of Destruction said simply. Boom, in the clouds above South Tomb Sword Palace, God of Destruction and Emperor God of Swordless were fighting. The surrounding was covered by violent energy. Even Bone Progenitor and the rest couldn't see the situation clearly. They only knew that Emperor God of Swordless had become stronger. After a long time, a deafening sound was heard. The figures of Emperor God of Swordless and God of Destruction landed in South Tomb Sword Palace. From today onwards, Emperor God of Swordless will be one of the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. Saying that, the projection of God of Destruction dissipated. Everyone cried out in alarm. They looked at Emperor God of Swordless with fear. Swordless, late-stage regret. The projection of the Emperor God disappeared after a moment. Congratulations, teacher, your strength has improved greatly. Black Emperor and God of Death Emperor hurriedly cupped their fists and congratulated. The expression of Emperor God of Swordless eased slightly. He glanced at his 2 disciples and said, "Rest assured, I won't forget the enmity between the 2 of you. The most important thing now is to eliminate Holy Light religion. After that, my South Tomb Sword Palace will unify the divine world. By then, we will absorb the resources of the entire divine world and help the 3 of us step into the Cosmos God realm." Emperor God of Swordless' exit from closed-door cultivation directly affected the structure of the divine world. His domineering performance made the Skybone Palace slightly worried. But since things had already reached this stage, there was no other way. What should come would eventually come. In the Yuan desolate land, the second last wave of puppets had already been collected by Fang Chen. Currently, Fang Chen was dealing with the final wave of puppets. There were a total of 128 puppets. Even though they are all ordinary God Emperor puppets, when 128 of them work together, their offensive power is quite formidable. Fang Chen was speechless inwardly. He was constantly traversing through time-space to avoid being surrounded by the puppets. As long as I am not surrounded by a large number of puppets, I am quite confident, Fang Chen said. In the following period, he was dealing with the puppets with his bare hands. Peng peng peng. Every time he smashed out a fist, he would feel comfortable. Outside the plaza, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei were watching with a smile. This brat's potential has yet to be fully excavated. Old Kuei said. That's right. This is the final wave of puppets, yet he can still handle it with ease. If we are at the same realm, I am ashamed of my inferiority. The white-bearded old man said. During this period of time, they had personally witnessed the battle between Fang Chen and the puppets. There were a total of 7 waves of puppets. The first 6 waves were almost effortless as they passed through in one breath. Only in the 7th wave did he finally encounter some pressure. However, with pressure came motivation. Fang Chen's perfect sword body was gradually completing its final transformation. Hiss hiss hiss. The sword-shaped runes flowed on his body. Fang Chen could feel that he seemed to be able to communicate with the power within each sword-shaped rune. What a wonderful feeling. In the past, when he used the perfect sword body, he would only use brute force. But in the battle with the puppets, Fang Chen finally discovered the mystery of the sword-shaped runes. The seemingly small sword-shaped runes actually contain such a huge amount of power. If I can communicate with all the sword-shaped runes in place, the explosive power will definitely be shocking. Important notice, our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the free reader. Chapter 2013. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Was there anything better than having an Emperor God puppet as a sparring partner? Fang Chen naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. He was desperately trying to communicate with the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin. He had a feeling that if he could completely communicate with them, his physical strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, he might have a chance to peek into the Emperor God realm. Rumble. Even if it was a God Emperor realm puppet, it couldn't withstand Fang Chen's physical strength alone. As time passed, Fang Chen was gradually able to deal with the 128 Emperor God puppets. It was just that he hadn't subdued them yet. I still feel like I'm missing something. Now, he only needed an opportunity to communicate with the sword-shaped runes. If he could enter a state of epiphany, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, this state could only be encountered by chance. Fang Chen persisted in fighting the Emperor God puppets. He had already entered a state of madness. However, at this moment, there was good news. Star and Moon, who had been pregnant for 10 months, was finally going to give birth. What? Yu is going to give birth? Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately rushed into Yin-Yang Valley. On the stone platform, Star and Moon's belly was very big. It was bulging. She had a pained expression on her face. Although she was a true god, she could still feel the pain of childbirth. Yu, are you okay? Fang Chen rushed to the stone platform and held Star and Moon's belly. Brother Chen, I feel like our child is coming out, Star and Moon said, panting. Don't worry. In fact, this was the first time Fang Chen had encountered such a situation. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fortunately, Star and Moon was relatively calm. After all, she was a true god. Ordinary people couldn't compare to her. With Fang Chen's help, the child in her belly gradually came out of the mother's womb. Outside Yin-Yang Valley, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man stood anxiously. At a glance, the surroundings of Yin-Yang Valley were pitch black. They couldn't see anything. I wonder what's going on inside. Old Kuei paced back and forth anxiously. Old Kuei, why are you in such a hurry? No matter what, your disciple is still a true god. It's just giving birth to a child. Nothing will happen, the white-bearded old man consoled. Old Kuei glared at the white-bearded old man and said, Old Bai, I'm not worried about you. I'm just curious what kind of monster the child born from the combination of the perfect sword body and the profound yin phoenix body is. The white-bearded old man laughed when he heard this. Actually, he was also quite curious in his heart. Wow! The silence of the Yuanhuang impasse was instantly broken by a cry. Yes! Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man rushed into the Yin-Yang Valley almost immediately. At this time, Star and Moon was in good condition. She sat on the stone platform with some sweat on her forehead, but it didn't affect her body at all. At the side, Fang Chen looked at the baby in his hand lovingly. She had a chubby face and thick eyebrows. She looked like the Star and Moon. How is it? Old Kuei rushed to the stone platform and asked about Star and Moon's situation. Then, he snatched the baby from Fang Chen's hands. Ha ha ha, this child is not simple, Old Kuei laughed. The white-bearded old man also moved his face closer and looked at the baby carefully. After a long time, he and Old Kuei looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Brother Chen, is it a boy or a girl? Star and Moon asked softly. It's a girl, Fang Chen said. At this time, Fang Chen also saw the shock on Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man's faces. He hurriedly asked, Seniors, what's wrong? Fang Chen, your daughter is not simple, Old Kuei said. Not only is she not simple, but she's also a godlike existence. The white-bearded old man was amazed. Even as an elder of the Wuji sword sect, he had never seen such a monstrous baby. Your daughter has the cultivation of a godly king when she was just born. Most importantly, her body has combined the perfect sword body and the mysterious yin phoenix body, and it has undergone the greatest mutation, Old Kuei said. Fang Chen heard this and was shocked. He shrouded his daughter with his consciousness and only then did he realize. This. She's a godly king when she was just born? For a moment, Fang Chen was shocked. Actually, godly kings when they're just born are common in the chaos void. However, it's not common in the miniature universe. Of course, the reason I said your daughter is not simple is not because of this, but because of her heaven-defying special body constitution, the white-bearded old man said. He sorted out his thoughts slightly and said, When I was in the Wuji sword sect, I heard a legend. It is said that in the vast chaos void, there are countless monstrous geniuses. They are born with talents that ordinary people can't reach. Among them, there is a special body constitution that can take other people's talents for their own use. As time passes, their talents become all-encompassing and gradually improve. This special body constitution is called the myriad fusion body. It is truly rare in the chaos void. Even if the Wuji sword sect discovers this special body constitution, they will pay great attention to it. Because those who possess this body constitution will automatically step into the cosmos God realm when they reach adulthood. Furthermore, it's only a matter of time before they become existences beyond the cosmos God realm. This, Fang Chen felt shocked in his heart. His daughter's talent was so formidable. The myriad fusion body can take other people's talents for their own. It is too tyrannical. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The perfect sword body and the mysterious yin phoenix body are considered apex body constitutions in the miniature universe. Thus, the fusion of the two and the mutation resulted in the rare myriad fusion body. The starting point of these people is different from us. Their lowest achievement is to surpass the cosmos God realm, and they can easily create a miniature universe. The white-bearded old man continued. Fang Chen was not the only one who was shocked. As his mother, Xingyu was also completely shocked. It was so difficult for them to become cosmos gods even after risking their lives. And this myriad fusion body would automatically become a cosmos god after reaching adulthood. My daughter, Star and Moon's motherly love overflowed. Her eyes flickered as she looked at her precious daughter dotingly. Fang Chen woke up from his shock. He once again hugged his daughter with a brilliant smile on his face. Fang Chen, give the future empress a name. Old Kuei reminded him. Only then did Fang Chen remember that he had not prepared a name yet. You can name her. Fang Chen carried the child to Star and Moon and said with a smile. Star and Moon pondered for a moment before saying, Fang Shi, how about it? All right, let's name her Fang Shi. After deciding on the name, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man prepared to leave. Old Kuei reminded Star and Moon to take care of her body. And the white-bearded old man told Fang Chen how to take care of the future empress. Fang Chen, you should infuse more of your true god energy into little Shi-Er's body during normal times. She's still young, so she can't absorb true god energy on a large scale. This will help her grow. The white-bearded old man said. I know. After a busy morning, the white-bearded old man and Old Kuei finally left the Yin-Yang Valley. Ha ha ha, it's really painful. I didn't expect to see a fusion body in my life. The white-bearded old man was in a good mood. Fang Chen was a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. His daughter could be considered as half a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. Yes, I also saw it in the ancient books left by Master. I didn't expect to encounter it. Old Kuei sighed. However, I have to admire Fang Chen. His perfect sword body played a big role in it. Seeing little Shi-Er, I'm even more relieved. The hope of returning to the Limitless Sword sect is getting bigger and bigger. The white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei gently nodded. The two walked side by side in the Yuan Desolation Land. They were in a particularly good mood. Old Bai, Holy Light Religion seems to be preparing for the final battle. Suddenly, Old Kuei said. Oh! The divine realm should be able to deal with a mere Holy Light Religion. The white-bearded old man nodded. Don't forget about the methods of the Holy Light Religion leader. He has been hiding for so long. This time, he must have prepared everything when he comes out. Even though this matter has nothing to do with us, we have lived in this miniature cosmos for so long. We can't bear to see the miniature cosmos being destroyed. Old Kuei said. The white-bearded old man shook his head. He turned back to the Yin-Yang Valley. After a long time, he said solemnly, even though the Holy Light Religion leader has strange methods, this is the best opportunity for Fang Chen to temper himself. If he could get through this stage, he would be half a step into the cosmos god realm. Important notice, are you still using the web version to read novels? Are you still troubled by the advertisements? Out of you, please use the free novel app of this site. There are no advertisements, no errors, and members can synchronize with the bookshelf. The text size can be adjusted, and the reading brightness can be adjusted for a better reading experience. AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the free reader. Chapter 2014. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Under the care of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, little Shi-Er was growing rapidly. As time went by, Little Shi-Er's potential was gradually revealed. During this process, Fang Chen tempered his physical body while taking care of little Shi-Er. In the process of transferring true God power to little Shi-Er, Fang Chen realized that she was absorbing his potential on her own. Is this the terror of the all-fusion body? Fang Chen was speechless. The all-fusion body claimed to be able to absorb endless potential for one's own use. It was indeed terrifying. In the realm of gods, half a year after Emperor Godswordless came out of seclusion, an extremely shocking thing happened. Holy Light religion made a comeback and instantly started a war with the realm of gods. On this day, the 10 strongest emperor gods gathered together. Everyone, I believe you all know about the current situation in the realm of gods, right? Emperor God of Destruction said. Holy Light religion made a comeback. Although the final battle hadn't broken out yet, the 10 strongest emperor gods knew about it. Since Holy Light religion dared to appear so unscrupulously, they must have a strong backing. According to their guess, the backing behind Holy Light religion must be the legendary master of Holy Light religion who had never shown himself. Holy Light religion has been hiding for so long. They are very patient. This time, a large-scale war suddenly broke out. I think they are going to have a final battle with the realm of gods, Bone Progenitor nodded. Now, the most dangerous one is the master of Holy Light religion. Once we find his trace, we must kill him as soon as possible, Emperor God of Time said. As long as the master of Holy Light religion was killed, the crisis that engulfed the entire realm of gods would naturally be resolved. All right, the 10 of us will act separately. Before the master of Holy Light religion appears, we will kill the remaining members of Holy Light religion who are scattered all over the place. Emperor God of Destruction nodded and said, if there is news of the master of Holy Light religion, inform us immediately. After a short discussion, the 10 strongest emperor gods acted separately. Every strongest emperor god was in charge of an area. In a certain city in the far north. Kill all of these humans for me. A group of immortal emperor realm powerhouses led the densely packed members of Holy Light religion to crazily kill the human powerhouses in the city. Ha ha ha, you ants, the divine world will eventually belong to our Holy Light temple. One figure after another fell into a pool of blood. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. Stop! Just as the remnants of the Holy Light religion were going around killing the powerful humans, the Bone Progenitor appeared. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power enveloped the entire city. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The next moment, the city turned into ruins. All the remaining members of the Holy Light religion had fallen. The Bone Progenitor glanced at it and disappeared, heading to the next battlefield. Situations like this could be found everywhere in the god realm. Besides the 10 great emperor gods, the divine emperor realm experts who had fought with Fang Chen before also took action. Although there were some grudges between them. However, in the face of such a powerful enemy, they still chose to work together. The Orc God clan's territory. The 3 Holy Sun were fighting against the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. Hee hee. You 3 must be elites of the god realm. Killing you can get a lot of military merits. On the opposite side, there were countless remaining members of the Holy Light religion. The strength of the leader was unfathomable. Even if the 3 Holy Sun joined forces, they could not fight against the Holy Light religion emperor. Big brother, what should we do? The 2 Holy Sun and the 3rd Holy Sun looked anxious. The God Emperor of Destruction was not with the Beast God clan. They could only rely on their own strength to resist the Holy Light religion. Tempage, your Holy Light religion won't live for long. The 1st Holy Sun's face was gloomy. His body trembled and instantly turned into his original form. The huge python was suspended in the air, and a terrifying power instantly poured down. At the same time, the 2nd and 3rd Holy Sun also tried their best. Upon seeing this, the Holy Light religion's godly emperor sneered. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from his forehead, followed by the appearance of an eye. Whoosh, a beam of light shot out from the 3rd eye, causing people to tremble. Wherever the beam passed, the void collapsed. Not good, the aura of the God Emperor realm. When the 3rd saint saw this, he shouted, "Oh no," and immediately rushed to the front. Big brother, 2nd brother, you go first." The third holy son looked up to the sky and roared. Immediately, he chose to self-destruct. The wild power hit the beam of light. Boom! The earth trembled. The self-destruction of the third holy son consumed a lot of the power of the beam of light. Only a little power was left, and it shot toward the other two holy son. Third brother. The two holy sons' eyes were scarlet, and they fell into a state of madness. "You will die too." The Holy Light Religion Emperor sneered. His third eye opened again, and a beam of light stronger than before appeared and shrouded the two of them. In an instant, the territory of the Beast God clan was filled with a sad atmosphere. The two holy sons struggled desperately, but to no avail. "It's useless." The Holy Light Religion Emperor laughed eerily and controlled the beam of light to kill the two holy son. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. "Kill." As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared. His body was full of vibrating power, and he resisted the attack of the terrifying beam of light. Bang! His body flew backward, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Wu-Ting. The first holy son turned his head and found that the one who came to save them was the strongest warrior of the immortal divine pavilion, Wu-Ting. The latter was hit by the beam of light and was severely injured. Everyone is responsible for killing the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion. Wu-Ting struggled to stand up and said weakly, "Can you still fight?" The first holy son wanted to say something polite, but in the end, he kept it in his heart. "Not yet," Wu-Ting said. "Well, then let's fight to the death." The first holy son laughed. "Count me in." Suddenly, a black-robed figure walked out of the void. Her appearance caused Wu-Ting's pupils to shrink. Ling-Er. The person who came was the first reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, Miss Wang Ling-Er. "You came out of the 10,000 reincarnation?" Wu-Ting asked hurriedly. Ling-Er walked over with light steps, smiled, and then gently nodded. "I just came out. It seems that I'm not late." "Mph, you came at the right time. I'll kill all of you." The Holy Light Religion's godly emperor once again launched an attack. The two great holy children, the undead warrior Wu-Teng, and the first reincarnation Wang Ling-Er, these four young generation powerhouses joined forces to fight, erupting with terrifying offensive power. "I'll restrain her." Ling-Er's eyes flickered, and the power of the reincarnation law instantly shrouded the Holy Light Religion Emperor. How is this possible? The latter's body suddenly stiffened, and he cried out involuntarily, "Kill." The other three frantically attacked the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion. After a quarter of an hour, the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion were killed. In this battle, Ling-Er contributed the most. The other three looked at each other, and then their eyes fell on Ling-Er. The 10,000 reincarnation is indeed worthy of its reputation. "Now you are the number one person under the God Emperor," Wu-Ting said in a deep voice. "Yes, Ling-Er's strength is close to the God Emperor realm. It won't be long before she can step into the God Emperor realm." The first holy son also smiled. After this battle, they were no longer the same as before. Ling-Er shook her head. "There's one more person who is stronger than me." The three of them were silent. They knew that Ling-Er was talking about Fang Chen. However, the God Emperor of Destruction had fallen in the sky. This was an indisputable fact. He won't fall. He will come back as a powerhouse. Ling-Er pursed her lips, and her dark eyes looked at the distant sky as she murmured. The war broke out. Every corner was infiltrated by the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion. The war was very tragic. Although the 10 most powerful God Emperors were extremely fast, and they constantly traveled back and forth from the battlefield, their energy was limited. However, their energy was limited after all, and many innocent humans still fell in a pool of blood. However, a month later, the nightmare had just begun. The God Emperor of Destruction had just killed a group of Holy Light Religion's remaining members, and he was about to leave the city. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying power surged out from the ruined city. "This is..." The God Emperor of Destruction's eyes widened, and he shouted in horror. Whoosh! The ruins rose into the sky, and a terrifying aura emerged from the bottom of the ruins. In a moment, a blurry figure appeared. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally back. Seeing this, the God Emperor of Destruction hurriedly sent a message. The Master of Holy Light Religion has appeared. Important notice, our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the free reader. Chapter 2015. Genius 1 second Remember Love Go Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The appearance of Holy Light Religion Master was like a gust of wind that spread to the ears of the other 9 Supreme God Emperors. What? Holy Light Religion Master has appeared. Hurry up. Destruction God, stop him first. We will head over soon. We must kill him. After transmitting the message to the 9 Supreme God Emperors, God Emperor Destruction went against Holy Light Religion Master alone. The latter was shrouded in a dark aura and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But God Emperor Destruction could feel an incomparably dangerous aura from him. This is, God Emperor Destruction's expression changed greatly. At this moment, Holy Light Religion Master saw him. He, you will be my first prey after I appear in the divine world. Holy Light Religion Master waved his hand. At that moment, a terrifying energy tore the sky apart, forming a terrifying black hole in the sky. Inside the black hole, an ancient aura surged out, giving people a kind of incomparable shock. Cosmos God Aura. God Emperor Destruction cried out. The law of destruction around him condensed into a battle axe. He used all his strength to hack at the black hole. Destruction Axe. Before God Emperor Swordless broke through, God Emperor Destruction was recognized as the strongest expert in the divine world. And now, even though he was suppressed by God Emperor Swordless, his attack was still strong. The power of this axe alone was enough to kill any expert at the 2nd level. Even the Supreme God Emperors did not dare to take on this axe head-on. Catcher. When the axe formed by the power of the Destruction Rule power struck the black hole, a torrent of energy burst out. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was turned into ashes. And this was under the control of God Emperor Destruction. The destructive power of a battle between God Emperors was too strong. God Emperor Destruction could not guarantee the safety of those innocent humans. He could only try his best to minimize the losses. Dong. The Destruction Battle Axe was swallowed by the black hole. God Emperor Destruction's body retreated rapidly. After stabilizing his body, his expression was unusually solemn. The strength of Holy Light Religion Master had exceeded his imagination. God Emperor Destruction is only SOSO. The gloomy voice of Holy Light Religion Master entered God Emperor Destruction's ears. Hoo. After a moment, the other Supreme God Emperors arrived. Destruction, are you alright? How is it? Where's the Pope of Holy Light? Other than God Emperor Swordless, all the other strongest God Emperors had come. The 9 of them stood side by side and stared at the Sacred Light Religion Master. What a terrifying aura. The bone progenitor stared at the Pope of Holy Light and said in a low voice. He could feel that the latter's aura was even scarier than Emperor God Swordless. He has yet to step into the Cosmos God realm, yet he possesses the aura of a Cosmos God. Sky Array God Emperor curled his lips. He felt helpless. Needless to say, the power of the Master of Holy Light had surpassed all of the strongest Emperor gods. Next, there would be a tough battle to fight. Is everyone here? We can get rid of them in one go. The Sacred Light Religion Master said in a deep voice as dark aura swirled around him. Holy Light Religion Master, with us around, you can forget about conquering the divine world, God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. Although you are powerful, if we 9 great Emperor gods join forces, we will definitely be able to subdue you. Boom. The body of the Sacred Light Religion Master emitted a terrifying aura. At this point, they could only fight. For my hometown. God Emperor Destruction roared. His body turned into a black stream of light as he charged towards the Sacred Light Religion Master. The other 8 great God Emperors moved at the same time. 9 great God Emperors working together was something rarely seen in the history of the divine world. Nevertheless, the Sacred Light Religion Master could easily defend against the attacks of everyone. Far away in the horizon, God Emperor Swordless stood amidst the clouds, calmly watching the intense battle. Behind him, God Emperor Death and Black Emperor stood side by side. "Teacher, are you not going to act?" Black Emperor asked after pondering for a moment. God Emperor Death also said, "Teacher, that sacred light religion master is too powerful. Even if the 9 of them work together, they might not be able to suppress him." The eyes of God Emperor Swordless were calm. He had a deep smile on his face. "The sacred light religion master has 1 foot in the cosmos God realm. He is indeed stronger than me. But..." Saying until here, God Emperor Swordless paused for a moment before continuing, "Now is not the time for us to act." Amen. What does teacher mean? Black Emperor did not understand. "I'll act when both parties are injured. Isn't that better?" God Emperor Swordless chuckled. Hearing that, Black Emperor and God Emperor Death were stunned. They did not speak further. The location of the shocking battle was in the sky above the extreme eastern land. The destructive power of 9 great God Emperors attacking the sacred light religion master was too great. 1/3 of the vast extreme eastern land had already been sunk by their combined strength. The vast seawater in the eastern sea poured over and flooded the extreme eastern land. Huala! The eyes of God Emperor Time flashed. The flow of time around the sacred light religion master was reduced to the lowest. The movement of the latter had clearly become much slower. At the same time, God Emperor Space made use of his spatial techniques to turn the void around and prevent the sacred light religion master from escaping. And Bone Progenitor made use of his escaping techniques to penetrate through the void and sneak attack the sacred light religion master. God Emperor Destruction was the main attacker. He was fighting against the sacred light religion master head-on. God Emperor Creation was healing everyone as he fought. God Emperor Samsara unleashed a powerful Samsara divine skill. He wanted to pull the primordial spirit of the sacred light religion master into Samsara to get rid of him. The aura of arrays around God Emperor Sky Array flickered. He set up many top-notch arrays to seal off the surrounding space. At the same time, he exerted pressure on the sacred light religion master. God Emperor Taishu unleashed Taishu divine skill. He combined the power of nothingness and formed a powerful duo with Bone Progenitor to attack the vital parts of the sacred light religion master. As for the most mysterious Fate Emperor God, he had also displayed his powerful techniques. The rules of destiny were illusory. Their attacking power was not high, but they were very strange. God Emperor Destiny opened his palm and a wisp of power of rules of destiny appeared. He bit his finger gently and dripped a drop of blood on the power of rules of destiny. Suddenly, the power of rules of destiny changed. Then, it turned into a ray of flowing light and shot into the dark aura surrounding the sacred light religion master. Dong! There was an explosion. God Emperor Destiny stumbled a few steps back. Some blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "The dark aura is too strong. My rules of destiny cannot penetrate it," God Emperor Destiny said with fear in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, you can't do anything to me." Despite being attacked by 9 absolute God Emperors, the sacred light religion master was at ease. He laughed wildly and the dark aura around him became even more demonic. "All of you have to die. I will rule the divine world. Don't even think about it." The 9 absolute God Emperors led by God Emperor Destruction looked at each other. Then, they unleashed their final trump card. There was an earth-shattering battle in the outside world. The easternmost land was penetrated. The land area of the entire divine world was reduced by 1/4. The cultivators of the divine world suffered great losses. Blood flowed like rivers and people were in a terrible situation. The battle of the absolute God Emperors in the sky above the easternmost land was still ongoing. In Yuan Wilderness, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were paying attention to the battle. As for Fang Chen and Star and Moon, they were unaware of it. Yin-Yang Valley, on the stone platform. Fang Chen removed his hands from Xiao Shi-er's body. The latter's face was full of smiles. "Brother Chen, how is it?" Star and Moon walked over and carried Xiao Shi-er in her arms. "There is a strong power hidden in Xiao Shi-er's body. I am trying to draw it out," Fang Chen said. Xiao Shi-er's growth speed was shocking. His myriad fusion body was too terrifying. It could even absorb the power of the golden heart. Buzz. Just as Brother Fang was talking, a complicated voice came from afar. Fang Chen stood up and said, "You take care of Xiao Shi. It's time for me to cultivate." "Brother Chen, don't worry," Star and Moon said. "Don't worry. I have a feeling that I will gain something this time." After saying that, Fang Chen came to the square in a flash. 128 absolute God realm puppets stood side by side. When they saw Fang Chen, they surrounded him. "My physical strength is only one step away from the limit. I can already vaguely feel a trace of enlightenment." Fang Chen looked at the puppets and said to himself. Although Fang Chen could easily deal with the last wave of puppets, he was not in a hurry to subdue them. He wanted to use these puppets to take the last step with his physical body. Important notice: our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, download the free reader. Chapter 2016. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. While Fang Chen was fighting with the puppets, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were paying close attention. The more they interacted with Fang Chen, the more they felt that he had unlimited potential. Especially the white-bearded old man, who took care of Fang Chen like a disciple and hoped that he could break through. "I guess he can break through this time," Old Kuei said as he looked at Fang Chen, who was fighting with the puppets. The white-bearded old man nodded. He could see at a glance that the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body had slowed down because Fang Chen was trying to communicate with them. Boom! Just as the two of them were talking, there was a deafening noise in the square. Around Fang Chen's body, an extremely terrifying power erupted instantly. Every sword-shaped rune had 5-colored flowing light, which was terrifying. When these densely packed streams of colorful light gathered together, it directly formed an explosive visual effect. "Suppress." Fang Chen murmured a word softly. In an instant, the Emperor God Realm puppets that besieged him were all imprisoned in the square, unable to move. "I see." A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He could feel that the dense sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin were bursting with incredible power. Even a level 3 Ultimate Emperor God wouldn't be able to burst out with such powerful physical strength, right? Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and retracted the power in the sword-shaped runes. Then, the sword-shaped runes instantly disappeared into his body. At that moment, Fang Chen's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Phew! I finally succeeded. The mutated perfect sword body had finally reached the pinnacle of its limits. Amazing! Fang Chen clenched his fists and punched the void. Catcher! The void shattered, and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A black hole appeared in the sky, devouring the power of laws between heaven and earth. A simple punch was able to unleash such a powerful force. Keep! Now that his physical body had broken through, there was no need for him to continue fighting with the puppets. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and took all of the puppets into his spatial ring. These God Emperor Realm puppets are enough for Qing Hu to study. Thinking of Qing Hu, Fang Chen chuckled. At this moment, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man appeared in the clouds. "How is it?" the white-bearded old man asked. "I feel that his physical strength is very strong," Fang Chen said bluntly. "Your perfect sword body has mutated, and it has broken through to the limit. In the entire God realm, your physical defense is number 1. Old Kuei directly asserted. "There's always someone better than you," Fang Chen said modestly. "You don't have to be humble." "Old Kuei is right," said the white-bearded old man. Fang Chen nodded, then asked, "Is there a third phase of training?" "Now, your fleshy body and primordial spirit have reached the 3rd stage God Emperor realm. You just need to increase your realm. For the 3rd phase of training, we have made some changes," the white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei waved his finger, and suddenly, a golden pagoda appeared in the distant horizon. "Do you see that golden pagoda?" Old Kuei asked. Fang Chen nodded, feeling slightly shocked. The aura emitted from the surroundings of the golden pagoda shocked even him. That golden pagoda was once the place where a Buddha Tao cosmos god cultivated. Master kept it in the Yuan desolate extremis, and no one has entered it in this cosmos epoch. According to Master's request, a god emperor like you isn't qualified to cultivate there. But there are always exceptions. Saying this, old Kuei continued, I'm prepared to let you cultivate in the golden pagoda for 3 years. No matter what the outcome is, you have to come out after 3 years. The golden pagoda contains a terrifying cosmos god aura. According to our deduction, your fleshy body defense should be able to last for 3 years. After 3 years, the cosmos god aura will corrode your body. If you don't leave early, your life will be in danger. The white-bearded old man added. I know. Fang Chen nodded. All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and cultivate. The sacred light religion has started a war, and the divine world is in chaos. After you come out, you can leave. Old Kuei waved his hand. What? Fang Chen did not have the time to be surprised before he was sent into the golden pagoda by old Kuei. Is this fine? The white-bearded old man glanced at the golden pagoda before asking. I don't know, but it might be fine. I feel that this brat's potential is too monstrous, and he won't easily break through to the God Emperor realm. But the moment he breaks through, it will definitely give us a huge shock. Old Kuei said. Then let's wait and see. The white-bearded old man said. Divine world, above the easternmost land. The final outcome of the battle between the 9 supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Sacred Light Religion Master actually suppressed the frenzied attacks of the 9 supreme God Emperors. This placed the cultivators of the entire divine world in imminent danger. Everyone was puzzled. Why did God Emperor Swordless not act? If he did, would the situation change? Jie, all of you must die. The Sacred Light Religion Master coldly said with a gloomy expression. Swordless, are you still not going to act? The suppressed God Emperor Destruction roared in the direction of the South Tomb Sword Palace. This roar of his contained a powerful true God energy. It penetrated through the void and spread across the entire divine world. Including the infant, all the cultivators of the divine world heard this sentence. Why is God Emperor Swordless not acting? Unless God Emperor Swordless is colluding with the Sacred Light Religion? Damn the South Tomb Sword Palace. If the 9 God Emperors fall, can they remain unscathed? For a moment, countless curses could be heard. God Emperor Swordless, who was in the clouds, frowned and appeared with displeasure. Sacred Light Religion Master. Although he was displeased with God Emperor Destruction, he still had to deal with the Sacred Light Religion Master first. Swoosh. God Emperor Swordless waved his hand and a terrifying sword light slashed through the sky and struck the body of the Sacred Light Religion Master. Hiss hiss hiss. The dark aura entangled the sword light and a deafening sound was heard. After a while, the sword light was dissolved by the dark aura. The Sacred Light Religion Master's face was gloomy as he lifted his head and looked at God Emperor Swordless. He did not expect God Emperor Swordless' strength to reach such a level. Although God Emperor Swordless' attack did not pose any threat to the Sacred Light Religion Master, it had released the 9 supreme God Emperors. Swordless, you will be the main attacker. The 9 of us will support you. God Emperor Destruction said, no matter what you think, the most important thing now is for us to unite and destroy the Sacred Light Religion. God Emperor Swordless nodded his head and 2 cold sword lights shot out from his black eyes. Is the Holy Light Religion a place where you can behave atrociously? The war has begun. My Sacred Light Religion will eventually rule the entire Holy Light Religion Master, the Sacred Light Religion Master said coldly. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, God Emperor Swordless threatened. In actual fact, he was not very confident. He thought that the 9 supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master would suffer great losses in the battle. However, he was disappointed in the end. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I have planned for a long time just for this day, the Sacred Light Religion Master expressed his attitude. Then we can only fight, God Emperor Swordless said. Boom. In the clouds above the easternmost land, the 10 supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master had an earth-shattering battle again. The easternmost land had turned into ruins and was drowned by the sea water of the East Sea. From then on, the land of the Holy Light Religion Master would reduce by a quarter. At the border of the easternmost land, Han Long Spirit King, Heaven Prison Saint and the others were escaping in a hurry. Too terrifying. Fortunately, we escaped in advance. Otherwise, we would have died. Heaven Prison Saint looked up at the distant sky and said with fear in his heart. Beside him were Realm Master Fu Mo, Han Long Spirit King, Sacred Sun Sect Master and the others. A battle between God Emperors is too terrifying. At this moment, in the mountains not far away, a group of people appeared. Be careful, Han Long Spirit King warned cautiously. However, when they saw who it was, their faces changed slightly. Empress Shenshu? In this group of people, the most conspicuous one was Empress Shenshu. Beside her was God Lian Yi with 4 crippled limbs. Chapter 2017. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Back in the day, Heavenly God Lian Yi was so dazzling in the easternmost land that even the Jew family didn't want to provoke this crazy old woman. Love Go Little Say W. Chu Her Lotus Mountain was also very famous in the easternmost region. Each of her disciples was stronger than the last. Originally, Heavenly God Lian Yi could have left her name in history and become a true god. However, she made a wrong decision that led to her being taken care of by others for the rest of her life. All these years, Heavenly God Lian Yi had been struggling at death's door. The Empress Xian Shu had taken care of her with all her heart. Now, seeing the people of the Shunsun sect who had once supported Fang Chen, she felt helpless. Spirit King Han Long and the others looked at the Empress Xian Shu. She nodded slightly and said, I didn't expect to meet you here. Empress Xian Shu, how have you been? The Shunsun sect leader cupped his fists. The easternmost land has been reduced to ruins after the battle of the God Emperors. We're preparing to leave. Where are you going? The Empress Xian Shu asked in a low voice. Although she was old, she was still charming. We're going to the Celestial Bone Palace in the easternmost land to seek protection. What about you? Us. The Empress Xian Shu laughed self-deprecatingly and said, the world is my home. Spirit King Han Long pondered for a moment and said, if you don't mind, come with us to the Celestial Bone Palace. After all, the Empress Xian Shu helped Fang Chen in secret before. He won't forget old times. Forced by the situation, the Empress Xian Shu finally decided to leave with Spirit King Han Long and the others. However, Heavenly God Lian Yi's expression became more and more unsightly. Dong. In the sky above the easternmost land, the deafening battle sounded again. The void was torn apart and countless torrents poured out from the shattered void. With the addition of God Emperor Swordless, the Sacred Light Sect leader's strength was gradually suppressed. At this time, the 9 Supreme God Emperors also got a chance to catch their breath and started to fight back wildly. Sacred Light Sect leader, it's time for you to die. God Emperor of Destruction roared, his destructive aura roaring. Want to kill me? You guys are too weak. The Sacred Light Religion Master was furious. He took out his trump card and engaged in a chaotic battle with the 10 strongest Emperor gods. Time passed, and the battle continued. In a battle between God Emperors, if one did not have a powerful trump card, it was basically impossible to kill the other party completely. Moreover, the Sacred Light Religion Master was too monstrous and had made ample preparations over the years. Fortunately, God Emperor Swordless was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suppress the Sacred Light Religion Master. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The war that spread throughout the entire God realm lasted for 3 whole years. In these 3 years, the easternmost land had long since disappeared from the history of the God realm. Even the sea water in the East Sea was about to evaporate. At the end of the battle, the 10 strongest Emperor gods were a little fatigued. However, the Sacred Light Religion's leader wasn't any better. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect God Emperor Swordless to be a surprise weapon. Boom! The Sacred Light Religion's master punched the sky, instantly piercing through it. Then, he quickly retreated and stared at the 10 strongest Emperor gods from afar. Sacred Light Religion leader, you've seen the current situation. Although we can't kill you, you can't defeat us either. If this drags on, the members of Sacred Light Religion will be killed in the end. With God Emperor Swordless as the leader, the 10 strongest Emperor gods stood there aggressively. After fighting for 3 years, they were tired and didn't want to continue fighting. Hearing this, the Sacred Light Religion leader's pitch-black eyes revealed a complicated expression. ***, just a little bit more. The Sacred Light Religion leader clenched his fists and his heart was burning with anger. If it wasn't for God Emperor Swordless, he would have occupied the entire God realm in the past 3 years. Hateful. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. The plan that had taken countless years had come to nothing in the end. Where there's life, there's hope. The Sacred Light Religion leader thought to himself. He couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, the members of Sacred Light Religion would fall. So what if they fall? You still can't defeat me. The Sacred Light Religion leader said coldly. Why? You still want to fight? God Emperor Destruction raised his eyebrows and said. If you want me to stop, you have to cede the easternmost land to my Sacred Light Religion. The Sacred Light Religion leader proposed a condition. Impossible. Bone Progenitor rejected directly. The other Emperor gods shook their heads. If so, let's continue fighting. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. The Sacred Light Religion leader said gloomily. However, God Emperor Swordless spoke. Everyone, there's no point in continuing the battle. It would be a great loss to the God realm. Why don't we stop the battle with Sacred Light Religion? Since the easternmost land has become a wasteland, what's wrong with ceding it to them? As long as they don't appear in the God realm. God Emperor Swordless secretly transmitted to the other Emperor gods. What he meant was to stabilize the Sacred Light Religion leader for the time being. When they were confident, they would take him down in one fell swoop. The 9 strongest Emperor gods pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sacred Light Religion leader, we agree to cede the easternmost land to you. However, we have a condition. God Emperor Swordless said. The Sacred Light Religion leader frowned and said, what condition? The members of Sacred Light Religion can only move within the easternmost land. Once we discover that they have left the easternmost land without permission, we will kill them without mercy. God Emperor Swordless said. They were negotiating as equals and not as inferiors. Hence, there was no need for them to lower their voices. They had to be firm. All right, no problem. The Sacred Light Religion leader said. Let's make a martial oath. The stronger a martial artist was, the more restraints a martial oath would have on them. Once they reached the Emperor God realm, they wouldn't easily make a martial oath. Once they made one, they would be punished by the heavens if they violated it. This was a taboo. I, the Sacred Light Religion leader, swear that I will not leave the easternmost land for 10,000 years. I, God Emperor Swordless, swear on behalf of everyone in the God realm that I will not attack the easternmost land for 10,000 years. Soon, both sides made a martial oath. At this moment, Bone Progenitor and the others were obviously relieved. The strength of the Sacred Light Religion leader was beyond their expectations. If they were to continue fighting, they would most likely lose. Now, they had 10,000 years to prepare. It was enough to deal with everything before them. Everyone, can we leave now? The Sacred Light Religion leader said with a gloomy face. Let's go. With God Emperor Swordless leading the way, the 10 strongest God Emperors quickly left the easternmost land. After this day, the large-scale war that lasted for 3 years finally ended. The easternmost land became the forbidden zone of the God realm. The God realm temporarily regained its peace. Yuan Wilderness, Golden Light Pagoda. Buzz. Suddenly, the surroundings of the Golden Light Pagoda shone brightly. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man opened their eyes and looked at the Golden Light Pagoda anxiously. Is he out? As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Fang Chen walked out. Voila! Fang Chen's figure landed in front of the two of them. The aura around him was very strong. You didn't break through? Old Kuei asked. Fang Chen shook his head. After 3 years of enlightenment in the Golden Light Pagoda, I understood the path that I want to take. I am confident that I can step into the Emperor God realm in a short time. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Golden Light Pagoda. The white-bearded old man smiled. Not only was it not small, it was simply too big. The Golden Light Pagoda contained the aura of a cosmos god. Fang Chen comprehended the Tao of Sword within. During these 3 years, he comprehended many things that he did not understand before. His current attainments in the Tao of Sword had reached the highest level in the God realm. His magic dragon sky-destroying sword had reached the 36th level Grand Perfection realm, and his offensive power could suppress even the strongest God Emperors. Of course, the most important thing was that he understood how he could step into the Celestial Emperor realm. This was the most important thing. Let me test your strength. Old Kuei said eagerly. Fang Chen nodded. Senior, be careful. Attack me with all your strength. Old Kuei said. Fang Chen, don't hold back. Old Kuei is the master of the Yuan Wilderness. You can't injure him. Magic Dragon Sky-destroying sword. Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword, and then performed the most powerful sword Dao divine technique so far. It seemed like a simple sword light, yet it rapidly struck the body of Old Kuei without any movement. How is it? The white-bearded old man looked at Old Kuei curiously. Old Kuei, who originally had a smile on his face, instantly changed his expression. He stared at Fang Chen with shock. This Old Kuei was so shocked that he could not speak. Catcher. The clothes on his body were torn apart. Chapter 2018. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. After a long while, the white-bearded old man woke up from his shock. He stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open and said, "You brat, although you didn't step into Emperor God realm, you gave us a huge surprise." Old Kuei put on his clothes again, looking a little embarrassed. If he wasn't the owner of the Yuan Wilderness, he wouldn't have been able to block Fang Chen's attack so easily. Not bad, not bad. Old Kuei smiled and said, "Seeing you like this, I'm relieved. Now, you can be considered to have the ability to protect yourself in the God realm. At least in a direct confrontation, no one can kill you. I'm really looking forward to when you break through to the God Emperor realm." The white-bearded old man had a premonition that after Fang Chen broke through to the God Emperor realm, his offensive power could possibly reach that of a cosmos god. "Gentlemen, I'll go and see my wife first." Fang Chen had always been thinking about his wife and children. Go quickly. Yin-Yang Valley, on the stone platform. Star and Moon had just finished cultivating. Little Shi-Er's chubby body was walking back and forth on the stone platform. "Mother, where's my father?" Little Shi-Er raised her head and asked. "Your father is cultivating," Xingyu said softly as she gently pinched little Shi-Er's chubby cheeks with her fair hand. Who would have thought that a 3-year-old child would actually be a celestial emperor? Even the Star and Moon was in disbelief. She looked at her daughter dotingly, and Fang Chen's figure appeared in her mind. "You Suddenly, a voice sounded. Star and Moon looked up and saw that outside Yin-Yang Valley, the figure that she had been longing for was rushing over. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared on the stone platform. "Little Shi-Er, have you been good recently?" Fang Chen hugged little Shi-Er and asked gently. "Father, little Shi-Er misses you so much." "Love go little say w little," Shi-Er said adorably. "I miss you and your mother too." The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. Too much had changed in 3 years. His daughter had become a God Emperor while his wife had 1 foot in the God Emperor realm. As for himself, he had found his own path. Fang Chen had never thought that he would have such a happy life. 3 God Emperors in 1 family? Isn't that even more shocking than a sect with 3 God Emperors? Fang Chen said with a grin. "Father, what are you thinking about?" Little Shi-Er's chubby little hand caressed Fang Chen's cheek as she asked. "I'm thinking of a Divine Lord title for little 11er." Fang Chen laughed. "Brother Chen, let's call it Emperor Shi. What do you think?" Star and Moon said. "All right, Emperor Shi. All good things must come to an end." After the family of 3 reunited, they were finally going to leave the Yuan desolate impasse. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to let little 11er and Star and Moon stay here. The outside world was chaotic and unsafe. However, little Elevenor's attitude was firm. She wanted to leave and see the outside world. In the 3 years that you were in seclusion, the chaos in the God realm has subsided. Let little Elevenor go out for a walk. The white-bearded old man said with a smile. The 2 old men doted on little Elevenor as if she was their own granddaughter. Grandpa Kuei and Grandpa Bai are still the best to little Elevenor. Little Elevenor said with a smile. No matter what, little Elevenor is still a God Emperor realm expert. She's stronger than you, her father. Take her out. We're still looking forward to seeing a family with 3 God Emperors. Old Kuei said. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his fists at the 2 of them. Then we'll leave first. I'll come back when I reach the God Emperor realm. Old Kuei handed a golden leaf to Fang Chen. Whenever you want to come back, just crush it. Then, Old Kuei waved his hand and sent Fang Chen and the other 2 away. The chaos in the God realm had subsided. The easternmost land had become the forbidden zone of the God realm. It had become the stronghold of the Holy Light religion. The Holy Light religion's master used his godly methods to reforge the easternmost land, turning it into an iron bucket. The 10 strongest God Emperors had all gone into seclusion. The war 10,000 years later would definitely be more intense. They didn't have much time left. Whoosh! In the sky, Fang Chen and the other 2 figures suddenly appeared. Father, is this the God realm? Little Elevenor was very curious. She was born in the Yuan desolate land. It was her first time coming to the God realm. She looked around. Yes, this is the God realm. I'll take you to Father's sect. Fang Chen said. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could use the spacetime cultivation system very quickly. In a few days, they returned to the easternmost land. Heavenly Bone Palace. Master is in seclusion. Fang Chen's divine sense covered the Heavenly Bone Palace. He found that Master was in seclusion, and the Vice Palace Master was presiding over the situation. Hey! When he checked with his divine sense, Fang Chen found some familiar faces. In the wasteland outside Illusion City, Spirit King Han Long and the others went through untold hardships to reach the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. They wanted to seek refuge with the Bone Progenitor. However, they met a group of bandits here. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in troubled times. The flames of war in the divine realm lasted for 3 years, and some families were destroyed. The God King in front of them was forced to become a bandit. He only dared to rob some God realm experts outside Illusion City. If they were stronger, he wouldn't dare to provoke them. If you don't want to die, hand over all your cultivation resources. The black-faced God King threatened. We, Spirit King Han Long said helplessly, we are friends of the God Emperor Destruction. We are going to seek refuge with the Heavenly Bone Palace. Please let us pass. Are you joking? Are you trying to scare me with the God Emperor Destruction? The black-faced God King said disdainfully. We really are. Before the Divine Sun Sect Master could finish, the black-faced God King cut him off. As far as I know, the God Emperor Destruction has died long ago. Don't even think about leaving here. The black-faced God King said impatiently, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, he won't be able to take you away. The black-faced God King's words made Spirit King Han Long and the others feel helpless. They looked at each other, thinking of a solution. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures walked out of the void. One of them smiled at the black-faced God King and said, even the Heavenly Emperor can't take them away. Fang Chen deliberately released his God Emperor aura, which scared the black-faced God King out of his wits. God Emperor, the black-faced God King fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Lord God Emperor, please forgive me. Let me go. You're too weak. My father won't bother to deal with you. Hurry up and leave, little Xia said in a childish voice. Hearing this, the black-faced God King scrambled away. Then Fang Chen turned to Spirit King Han Long and the others. What? Don't you recognize me? Fang Chen joked. Ha ha ha, I was wondering how my good brother would die. Spirit King Han Long was the first to react and laughed loudly. You're still alive. That's great. The old members of the Shengsun sect were very excited. When they first heard the news of Fang Chen's death, they were also very sad. Now that they saw him appear again, they couldn't be more excited. Behind them, Empress Xianxu's beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chen, speechless for a long time. I ran into some trouble and haven't appeared in the past 3 years. But it's good that you're all fine, Fang Chen said. Everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Fang Chen had a high status now, but he didn't forget them. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Chen saw Empress Xianxu and God Lianyi behind them. Empress Xianxu, how have you been? Fang Chen nodded at her. I can't believe that the young boy from back then has grown to this level, Empress Xianxu said with a smile. Empress Xianxu, I will never forget your help. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I'll do my best to help you, Fang Chen said. I'm satisfied that godly Emperor Destruction has such thoughts, Empress Xianxu said. Fang Chen glanced at God Lianyi, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Star and Moon's eyes also changed. They wanted to go up and say something, but in the end they remained silent. Father, let's go back quickly, little Xie said. Brother, is this your daughter? Spirit King Han Long asked with a smile. My daughter is Fang Xi, Fang Chen said. Little Xie, these are my brothers. Hello, uncles, little Xie said very sensibly. Ha ha ha, brother, I'm so happy for you. You married such a beautiful wife and gave birth to such a cute daughter. When we get to the Heavenly Bone Palace, I'll definitely have a good drink with you. Spirit King Han Long laughed. If he knew that his 3-year-old daughter was a god emperor, what would he think? Chapter 2019. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the group returned to the Palace of Bones, it caused a great commotion. Love go little say W, chew what? Godly Emperor Destruction is not dead. When the Vice Palace Master learned of this matter, he could hardly believe his ears. With his fastest speed, he quickly arrived at the square to welcome Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen's figure, the Vice Palace Master rubbed his eyes hard and finally believed the facts in front of him. Ha ha ha, it's good that you're alive. The potential of godly Emperor Destruction was well known. Everyone thought that he had fallen. For this reason, the Palace of Bones was very regretful and even sad. Soon, the news of godly Emperor Destruction's return spread throughout the Palace of Bones. In the puppet hall, Qing Hu, who was crazily studying puppets, suddenly opened his eyes. I knew my brother wouldn't die so easily. After that, Qing Hu quickly drove to the square. At the same time, Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xin, was also very excited. Good brother, I'm so happy that you're alive. In the square, everyone surrounded Fang Chen in the middle. They were very excited. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Qing Hu's figure quickly drove over. Brother Qing Hu. Fang Chen and Qing Hu gave each other a big hug. Both of them were very happy. I knew that you were lucky and wouldn't die. Qing Hu observed Fang Chen carefully. Master. Tian Xin also came. When he learned that his master had fallen, he was very sad. He secretly decided that in the future, he would personally uproot the Holy Light religion and avenge his master. I'm fine. Fang Chen patted Tian Xin's body and said with a smile. For a time, the square was very lively. It's good that you're fine. The Vice Palace Master's face was full of smiles. From today onwards, the Palace of Bones will hold a banquet and invite all the true gods in the extreme north. Congratulations on the safe return of godly Emperor Destruction. After saying that, the Vice Palace Master bid farewell to Fang Chen and went to take care of this matter. Brother Qing Hu, I have something for you, Fang Chen said. What is it? Qing Hu was curious. Fang Chen handed a spatial ring to Qing Hu and said, there are some puppets here. They should be of some use to you. Qing Hu took the spatial ring. After he dripped a drop of blood onto it, he opened it. Instantly, his face stiffened and his body stiffened as he stood stiffly on the square. His mind was filled with a loud bang. He couldn't believe his eyes. There were so many puppets and they were all at the God Emperor realm. This, Qing Hu's heart trembled as he looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Brother, your gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Brother Qing Hu, is there a need to be so polite with me? Besides, these puppets are useless to me. On the contrary, they will be of great use to you. Under Fang Chen's persuasion, Qing Hu kept the puppets. Everyone in the square was curious about the puppets that Fang Chen gave Qing Hu. What were they? Why did Qing Hu turn pale with fright? Master's wife. Tian Xin squeezed to the front of the crowd and bowed to Fang Chen and Star and Moon. At this moment, Xiao Xie jumped onto Tian Xin and played with his hair. Xiao Xie, this is your senior brother Tian Xin. Don't be rude, Fang Chen scolded. Xiao Xie stuck out her tongue and obediently returned to Star and Moon. This is my daughter, Fang Xi. She is also your junior sister, Fang Chen introduced. Tian Xin's eyes lit up when he heard that. He smiled and said, so it's junior sister. I was wondering why she was so cute. The atmosphere in the square was very harmonious. It was a miracle that the godly Emperor of Destruction could come back alive. Soon, the entire God realm knew that the godly Emperor of Destruction was still alive. Love Go Little Say W. Chu. When the three god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace heard the news, they were furious. How is this possible? The god of death roared in the sword-fighting villa. Back then, the godly emperor of the Holy Light religion died together with Fang Chen. Even the 9 god emperors said that Fang Chen had fallen. But why was he able to return unscathed? Junior brother, calm down, Black Emperor reminded. How can I calm down? He is still alive. He is not dead. I want revenge, God of Death said angrily. The space fluctuated and God Emperor Swordless appeared. Master. Black Emperor hurriedly bowed. According to what you said back then, the godly Emperor of Destruction was swallowed by the black hole caused by the godly Emperor's self-destruction. It was impossible for him to come back alive. But now, he is back. I suspect that he had a fortuitous encounter, God Emperor Swordless said. After pondering for a moment, God Emperor Swordless continued, during this period, I will prepare to go into seclusion. I hope that you too can handle the matter of the godly Emperor of Destruction well. Don't worry, Master. I will not let you down, Black Emperor said. In the Skybone Palace. Little Shi quickly got along with Tian Xin. Tian Xin also doted on his junior sister. For almost the entire day, Tian Xin took little Shi around the Skybone Palace. Along the way, they met the heavenly gods and true gods. When they saw little Shi they were all respectful. This little girl was not simple. She had the godly Emperor of Destruction behind her, so they could not offend her. However, what they did not know was that she did not need to rely on her father to defeat 99% of the cultivators in the God realm. The banquet prepared by the Vice Palace Master lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Fang Chen and some of his old friends drank to their heart's content. The old members of the Shengsun sect, Realm Master Fu Mo, Qing Hu, and the others continued to drink. Brother Fang, cheers. Ice Dragon Spirit King raised his cup and said somewhat drunkenly, I have never admired anyone in my life, but your appearance changed my view of the God realm. Back then, I thought that my good brother's name would shake the God realm in the future. Ha ha ha, I feel like I am dreaming now. Come. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups and drank. During these 3 days, Fang Chen also drank freely with his friends. Xing Yu, on the other hand, was taking care of little Shi. Little Shi was becoming more and more mischievous, especially when she was with her senior brother, Tian Xin. However, Star and Moon ordered little Shi not to bully the people of the Skybone Palace with her strength as a god emperor. Little Shi agreed readily. These days, she behaved like an ordinary person, not at all like Emperor Shi. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that some of the geniuses who had competed with him before came to the Skybone Palace to drink with him. The 2 holy son of the beast god race, the first reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, Wang Ling and Wu Teng and Wu Jindi of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. Of course, there were also some old friends like the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation from the Celestial Array clan. In short, Fang Chen was the absolute center of the banquet. Everyone's eyes were on him. Big brother Fang Chen, congratulations. Ling in black walked to Fang Chen's side and smiled. Ling you've walked out of the 10,000 reincarnations? Asked Fang Chen. Fortunately, Big Brother Fang Chen helped me. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have walked out, said Ling At this time, the first and second holy son of the beast god race arrived. Godly Emperor of Destruction, let bygones be bygones. Come, let's drink. Wu Teng, Wu Jindi, and the others also came to drink with Fang Chen. The Skybone Palace was brightly lit and lively. However, all good things must come to an end. 3 days later, the banquet ended and the Skybone Palace became empty. However, before Ling left, Fang Chen said, Ling when I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll go to the Reincarnation Palace to look for you. Okay, Ling will wait for Big Brother Fang Chen. Ling smiled. The current Fang Chen could be considered to be standing at the pinnacle of the god realm. His every word and action was being watched. Early in the morning, little Shi and Star and Moon woke up from their sleep. They saw Fang Chen standing in the courtyard, looking at the sky as if he was deep in thought. Parents, what are you thinking about? Little Shi jumped to Fang Chen's side. Brother Chen. Star and Moon also came to him. It's time to settle some things, Fang Chen said meaningfully. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb? Star and Moon asked softly. Fang Chen nodded and said, Little Shi do you want to watch the show? Of course, Little Shi said. Let's go. I'll take you there. After that, Fang Chen and his family went to the Temple of Gods through the teleportation formation in the Skybone Palace. The Temple of Gods. The Temple of Gods higher-ups welcomed the arrival of the godly Emperor of Destruction. As the rumors say, the godly Emperor of Destruction is still alive. The Temple of Gods higher-ups smiled. What brings you to the Temple of Gods today? They felt that Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the Emperor God realm, so he should not be here to be recognized as an Emperor God. I'm here to ask the Temple of Gods for a favor. Fang Chen nodded slightly. It's the Temple of God's honor to be able to help the godly Emperor of Destruction. Fang Chen grinned and said, I want to challenge the godly Emperor of Death. After that, he added another sentence. A battle of life and death. Come quickly. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2020. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Under normal circumstances, if there was an irreconcilable conflict between true gods, they could apply for a challenge at the Temple of All Gods. However, to the surprise of the higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods, godly Emperor Destruction proposed a life-and-death battle. A godly emperor proposed a life-and-death battle against an emperor god? In the entire universe, there had never been such a bold person in the god realm. Godly Emperor Destruction, are you sure you want to have a life-and-death battle with the Death Emperor? The higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods repeated. Fang Chen nodded and said, if they want to join forces, I'm not afraid. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods did not say anything else and quickly went to take care of this matter. The efficiency of the Temple of All Gods was very high. Soon, the news of the life-and-death battle reached the ears of the Death Emperor. After hearing this, the latter was furious and smashed the stone table in the garden with a punch. Are you tired of living? Before he could find trouble with Fang Chen, the latter had already challenged him through the Temple of All Gods. Did he want everyone in the god realm to see the result of the battle? Moreover, what angered the Death Emperor the most was what Fang Chen said. If they want to join forces, I'm not afraid. This was a blatant slap in the face. Not only was the Death Emperor furious, but even the Black Emperor was furious. Since he wants to die, I'll grant him his wish. The Death Emperor said in a low voice and immediately prepared to head to the Temple of All Gods. However, the Black Emperor stopped him. Junior brother, don't be rash, the Black Emperor said. Senior brother, they are already bullying us. If we were to swallow this humiliation, how would we have the face to continue living in the divine world? The Death God Emperor asked as she spread out her hands. Didn't he challenge me to a life-and-death battle through the Temple of All Gods because he wants to kill me in front of everyone? I'll give him this opportunity and see if he can grasp it. In fact, Fang Chen was not the only one who wanted to kill the Death Emperor. The latter wanted to kill Fang Chen even more. He had already made some progress in studying the structure of the human primordial spirit. However, one of his doppelgangers was destroyed by Fang Chen. The hatred between the Death God Emperor and Fang Chen was absolutely irreconcilable. In the near future, even if Fang Chen didn't challenge him, the Death God Emperor would find an opportunity to kill Fang Chen. That godly emperor destruction must have had a fortuitous encounter to be able to come back alive. Furthermore, the fact that he dares to challenge you in public means that he has some confidence. The Black Sovereign muttered, "It's better to be safe than sorry." After saying that, the Black Emperor took out a string of black pearls and handed it to the Death God Emperor. "Take it. If the situation changes, you will be able to protect yourself," the Black Emperor said. Looking at the black pearl in her hand, the Death God Emperor's expression changed. She then cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother. But don't worry, senior brother. A mere Fang Chen can't force me to use this bead. Let's go. I'll go with you." The Black Emperor patted the Death God Emperor's shoulder and said. The two of them entered the teleportation array side by side. When the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor were heading to the Hall of Gods, most of the experts in the God world had heard the news and were paying close attention to the Hall of Gods. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor walked out of the teleportation array. Instantly, countless gazes fell on the two of them. Death God Emperor, I believe you should be aware of the rules of the Hall of Gods. This time, Godly Emperor Destruction has proposed a life and death battle. Once you agree, the battle will not end until one of you dies. The battle will only end when one of you dies, the Hall of Gods said. The Hall Master of Gods said, furthermore, no matter what happens during the battle, no one is allowed to interfere. Once someone interferes and violates the rules of the Hall of Gods, they will be punished. Although the Hall of Gods wasn't strong and wasn't an emperor god, his words were still very authoritative. However, his words were still very authoritative. He was the publicly acknowledged palace master of the myriad gods' palace among the 10 strongest god emperors. The Hall of Gods was a special place. If one violated the rules of the Hall of Gods, they would be punished unimaginably. You talk too much. The Death God Emperor knew that the Hall of Gods' words were directed at her senior brother. However, it was useless. Her senior brother didn't even need to do anything. She could deal with Fang Chen on her own. So, you're saying that you agree? The palace masters confirmed. The Death God Emperor nodded. The Hall of Gods brought her to the training field. Fang Chen. The Death God Emperor saw Fang Chen immediately. Her eyes were burning with anger. Death God Emperor, back then when you ambushed me in the sky, did you think that this day would come? Fang Chen said with a smile. The Death God Emperor shrugged and said, Indeed, I didn't think that you would die in my hands in such a way. Until now, the Death God Emperor still thought that Fang Chen wasn't her match. She was very confident in herself. Oh! Fang Chen said, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You were so confident that you could kill me. However, when I defeated you and you fell from the mountain peak, did you regret it? Regret? The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. After saying that, the Death God Emperor jumped onto the martial arts practice stage. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen as he said, What nonsense are you spouting? Come up and fight. Charcoal Head, you're too weak. You're not my father's match. Little Shi-Er, who was in Star and Moon's arms, said in a childish voice. Your father. At this moment, the Death God Emperor noticed Star and Moon and Little Shi-Er. Your wife and daughter. A cold killing intent flashed in the Death God Emperor's eyes. Although it was well hidden, Fang Chen still managed to catch it. Ch, wait to collect your father's corpse. No matter what, she was still the dignified Emperor Shi. Little Shi-Er was fuming when she heard the Death God Emperor's words. Charcoal Head, I won't allow you to bully my father. Little Shi-Er shouted. At the same time, she turned to Fang Chen and begged, Father, can I go up and play? Your father is having a life and death battle with someone. You want to go up and play? Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His daughter was too naughty. Father, this Charcoal Head dares to talk bad about you. I'll teach him a lesson. When I'm done playing, I'll let you have a life-and-death battle with him. What do you think? Little Shi said with a sneaky look. Star and Moon didn't say anything from the beginning because she believed in her daughter's strength. With the myriad fusion body, little Shi was destined to be extraordinary from the day she stepped into the God Emperor realm. Father. Little Shi-er's chubby little hand tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve and called out pitifully. At this moment, Star and Moon spoke up. Brother Chen, why don't we let little Shi go up and play? The Death God Emperor on the training field was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Play? What do you take me for? Let a 2 to 3-year-old girl come up and play with me? All right, I'll ask. Fang Chen couldn't persuade his daughter and could only agree. Death God Emperor, before our life and death battle, can you let my daughter spar with you? Fang Chen asked. HMPH, do you want your daughter to die? The Death God Emperor snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this. I'm just asking you, do you dare? Fang Chen purposely provoked the Death God Emperor. Indeed, this move was effective. Why wouldn't you dare? Let her come up. I guarantee that she won't leave the training field alive. The Death God Emperor said coldly. Yay. Little Shi made a victory sign and was very happy. Be careful. Fang Chen warned little Shi. Although she was a God Emperor, she was still too young. Whoosh. Little Shi jumped onto the training field. Compared to her, the Death God Emperor was like a mountain peak. The Death God Emperor looked down at little Shi and sneered. Just nice, I'll kill your daughter. The Death God Emperor thought to himself. This sudden turn of events caused the crowd, who were secretly observing this life and death battle, to be puzzled. What kind of drama was this? The God Emperor Destruction wasn't a reckless person. Why would he let his daughter go up to play? Could it be that his daughter has some life-saving treasure on her? In an instant, little Shi on the training field aroused everyone's suspicions. The Hall Masters opened their eyes wide and looked at the chubby little Shi. God Emperor Destruction, the training field isn't a game. The Hall Masters tried to dissuade him. Hall Masters of the Gods, this might take some time. Let my daughter play for a while. When she's done, I'll have a life-and-death battle with the Death God Emperor. Fang Chen said casually. He wasn't worried about his daughter at all. Opposite him, the Black Emperor's face darkened and his eyes shone with a complicated look. He wondered what the godly Emperor of Destruction was up to. Chapter 2021. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Little Shi stood on the martial arts stage. Although she was small, she did not have stage fright at all. This caused the eyes of the people who were secretly watching to light up. Could it be that this little girl really had a trump card that could block the Death God Emperor? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this little girl in front of them was a true God Emperor. If everyone knew about this, it would definitely topple their worldview. Charcoal head. Little Shi didn't fear the Death God Emperor in the slightest as she shouted loudly. You are courting death. After being repeatedly humiliated by a 2 to 3-year-old girl, the Death God Emperor's heart was burning with rage. He let out a low roar and reached out his hand. Carrying a terrifying power of death, he grabbed at little Shi. Whoosh. Little Shi's body gracefully dodged the Death God Emperor's attack and appeared on the other side of the martial arts stage. Little Shi placed her chubby little hands on her waist and mocked, Charcoal head, is that all you've got? You're not even qualified to carry my father's shoes. The Death God Emperor was completely enraged. With a thought, a huge black sword appeared in his palm. Kill. The Death God Emperor displayed the South Tomb Sword Palace's sword Dao divine skill. Streaks of terrifying sword light floated in the sky. Under the latter's control, it quickly turned into a net of swords and enveloped little Shi. It's over. This was what everyone who was secretly watching the battle was thinking. The attack that the Death God Emperor had just unleashed was something that even a first-stage God Emperor wouldn't dare to take head-on. How could a young lady withstand it? However, what happened next completely shocked them. Little Shi's aura surged. Her chubby little hand clenched into a fist, and she lazily threw out a punch. Dong. It looked like a simple punch, but when it landed on the sword net, it exploded with a deafening sound. Love go little say wk crack. The sword net that was bearing down menacingly actually showed cracks under little Shi-Er's fist attack. In an instant, it shattered, and the terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc on the martial arts stage. Little Shi-Er stood there quietly with a smile on her face. Charcoal head, you're too weak. Little Shi-Er said in a childish voice. How is this possible? The Death God Emperor cried out involuntarily. He could not believe that the little girl in front of him could withstand his sword Dao divine skill. Is this a God Emperor? The Hall Masters of the Gods, the Black Emperor, and the others in the martial arts practice field were shocked. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. A 2 to 3 year old God Emperor realm expert. This had completely overturned their previous beliefs. Boom. The entire pantheon was in an uproar. All the experts who were watching the battle in secret were completely shocked. Heavens, is this little girl a divine lord? A 2 to 3 year old God Emperor? Am I dreaming? That's too scary. A 2 to 3 year old Emperor God. Even the 10 strongest Emperor gods can't compare to him. Everyone was screaming madly in their hearts. Fang Chen and Star and Moon looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Although their daughter's strength was not enough to defeat the Death God Emperor, it was not a problem for her to go against him. As expected of the all-fusion body, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. He had always thought that the perfect sword body was strong enough. He did not expect that there would be a special body constitution like the all-fusion body. On the martial arts practice field, the Death God Emperor woke up from his shock and a cold look flashed across his eyes. So what if you're a God Emperor? You'll still die. The truth was right in front of him and the Death God Emperor had to accept it. He quickly calmed down and began to accumulate power. He wanted to kill little Shi-Er with a thunderous attack. After a long while, the Hall Masters of the Gods laughed bitterly and shook their heads. The God world has changed. In the entire universe era, there was only one 2 to 3 year old Emperor God. Thinking of this, the Hall Masters of the Gods looked at Fang Chen meaningfully. Ever since the rise of the God Emperor of Destruction, he had been creating legends and legends. After becoming a God Emperor, he was able to fight against a second-tier Emperor God. 3 years ago, he even killed an avatar of the Death God Emperor. Although he was sucked into the chaotic void by the black hole, he came back alive and brought back his daughter who was in the God Emperor realm. It was unimaginable. The God world will belong to the God Emperor of Destruction in the future. The Hall Masters of the Gods thought to themselves. The Black Emperor's gaze was fixed on little Shi-Er. He frowned and pondered. He was shocked. Damn it. How did he give birth to such a monstrous genius? The Black Emperor could not understand. At the same time, the battle on the martial arts practice field had reached its climax. After the initial panic, the Death God Emperor gradually gained control of the situation. However, little Shi-Er's strength was not to be underestimated. At such a young age, she had already displayed the strength of an Emperor God. After this battle, her name would spread throughout the God world. Hiss! A terrifying aura of death appeared around the Death God Emperor and enveloped little Shi-Er. Be careful! Star and Moon exclaimed and was worried. Fang Chen patted Star and Moon's shoulder gently and comforted her. Don't worry, you-er. Have you forgotten about little Shi-Er's body constitution? After being reminded by Fang Chen, Star and Moon came to their senses. That's right. Little Shi-Er had the all-fusion body and could take other people's talents for herself. Looking at the current situation, little Shi-Er was not in danger at all. She was pretending to be weak so that she could absorb her opponent's talents. I'm going to kill you. The Death God Emperor shouted crazily as he waved the sword in his hand. At the same time, his Soul Dao aura appeared and enveloped little Shi-Er completely. Ha ha ha. The Death God Emperor laughed heartily. It was as though he could already see the scene of Fang Chen crying after he killed little Shi-Er. At this moment, little Shi-Er, who was enveloped by the aura of death, closed her eyes. Around her body, specks of light flickered. Traces of the aura of death were absorbed into her body. After a while, little Shi-Er's body changed. Her primordial spirit shook. Then, She opened her eyes. Charcoal head, you're not fun at all. Little Xia also knew that she could not defeat the Death God Emperor. Anyway, she had already absorbed her opponent's talents. She had enough fun. Let's end the battle here. Little Xia shot out a strange light from her body and broke through the aura of death. Then, her chubby body jumped into Star and Moon's arms. The Death God Emperor clenched his fists and was furious. Congratulations, God Emperor Destruction, for having such a powerful daughter. The palace masters cupped their fists and congratulated. A 3-year-old God Emperor. In the entire God realm, this was unprecedented. I wonder if your daughter has the title of God Emperor? The palace masters continued to ask. God Emperor Shi, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the palace masters chuckled. God Emperor Shi's name was destined to shake the entire God realm. The people who were secretly paying attention to the situation were shocked. They were still in shock and could not extricate themselves. Death God Emperor, I thought that your strength had improved in the past 3 years. I didn't expect that you couldn't even defeat my daughter. Fang Chen walked up the stage step by step and mocked. Your daughter is already a God Emperor, but your father is still not one. You're really a coward as a father. Maybe she's not your daughter at all. Maybe you picked her up from somewhere, the Death God Emperor said coldly. Fang Chen shrugged and was not angry. People who can't eat grapes always say that grapes count. Can I take it that you're jealous that I have a good daughter? Fang Chen said. What a joke. The Death God Emperor did not want to talk nonsense with Fang Chen. He held his sword and stared at Fang Chen. So what if you have a God Emperor daughter? In the end, you'll still die, the Death God Emperor said eerily. Fang Chen shook his head. I don't agree with what you said. Maybe you'll be the one dying? Have you ever thought about this? Seeing Fang Chen's confident face, the Death God Emperor wanted to tear him into pieces. 3 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape. Today, the Palace of Gods will be your burial ground. The Death God Emperor's aura shook as he said coldly. Fang Chen was still as calm as ever, as though he wasn't facing a God Emperor at all. Actually, I didn't treat you as an enemy at all. This life and death battle is to provoke you. I'm afraid that you won't dare to accept my challenge, Fang Chen said. If you hide in the South Tomb Sword Palace, I won't be able to do anything to you. Our free app reader is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. Offline download is supported, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download. Install a mobile app reader on Zanhuan 11. Chapter 2022. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Death God Emperor looked at Fang Chen calmly. The fury in her eyes was forcefully suppressed by her. Is this interesting? The Death God Emperor asked. The angrier he was, the more he controlled himself. The only God Emperor in the divine world who had a clone would not admit defeat easily. I just want you to be prepared and enjoy the thrill of death, Fang Chen said. He did not have a good impression of the Death God Emperor as he had tried to kill him time and time again. Fortunately, he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have died many times along the way. Moreover, it was not just him. Even God Emperor Swordless had tried to kill him. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Anyone can talk big. It's a pity that these people all died in the end, the Death God Emperor said. Fang Chen laughed. Are you an idiot? You can't even defeat my daughter and you dare to say this to me. Why don't you ask my daughter, who is more powerful? Xiao Shi was very cooperative and said, of course my father is more powerful. You, the Death God Emperor did not say anything else. He raised his sword and slashed at Fang Chen. Catcher. The sword light flashed and the sword chi was threatening. The Death God Emperor had used his strongest attack. However, at this moment, Fang Chen said something even more infuriating. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I only need 1 move to kill you. Fang Chen's words almost made the Death God Emperor vomit blood. He looked up to the sky and roared. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Fang Chen crazily. The people who were watching the battle in the dark were speechless. Does the God Emperor Destruction have such strength or is he exaggerating? The hall masters looked at the battle on the martial arts stage with interest. They felt that the God Emperor destruction was unfathomable. Perhaps it was as he said, that he could end the battle in one move. Die. Under everyone's gaze, the Death God Emperor's sword was only a few millimeters away from Fang Chen's head. At this moment, it was too late for Fang Chen to make a move. On the surface, it seemed that the Death God Emperor had already won. However, he was facing the godly Emperor of Destruction, a man who had repeatedly created miracles. Will it create a miracle? Many people muttered to themselves. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Death God Emperor who was charging at him menacingly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, shaking the firmament. Majestic black dragons appeared one after another in the blink of an eye. The 36 levels of the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword were completely unleashed. The terrifying power instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. That is, sensing this terrifying aura, the Black Emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother, be careful." Actually, when the Black Emperor shouted, the Death God Emperor had already reacted. Voila! A string of black pearls appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. His eyes were filled with madness. He squeezed hard and crushed the black pearls. Rumble! An extremely powerful force gushed out in an instant, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Is this what you're relying on? It's useless. Fang Chen was very calm. He seemed to have expected the Death God Emperor to have a backup plan. When he displayed the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword, his physical strength increased tremendously. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He charged into the death vortex and fought with the Death God Emperor. Crack! Cracks appeared in the void continuously. Dong! The power that erupted from the black pearls was actually blocked by Fang Chen's physical body. What? Seeing this, the Black Emperor could not help but take a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to attack, but he was stopped by the hall masters. He closed his eyes in pain. Even the black pearls could not help his junior brother escape. He knew that his junior brother was most likely going to die in this battle. Damn it! The Black Emperor clenched his fists and shouted crazily. Hiss hiss hiss. The power that erupted from the black pearls was completely blocked by Fang Chen's perfect sword body. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes locked onto the Death God Emperor. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a few punches. Dong dong dong. The ground was trembling as every punch landed on the body of the Death God Emperor. The first punch had already shattered the latter's defense. The next few punches directly blasted his physical body into smithereens. Crack! Even his primordial spirit did not have any resistance and was instantly shattered. A pitiful cry came from the fighting ring. In the end, the broken body of the Death God Emperor fell to the ground unwillingly in the breeze. The Hall of Gods shook. The experts who were watching the battle in the dark went completely crazy. The Death God Emperor, who was at the second level, was killed by Fang Chen with a single punch. How strong was the God Emperor destruction? He had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of the God Emperor. Is he dead? The Hall Masters were shocked as they walked up the fighting ring. The life and death battle has ended. The Death God Emperor has fallen. The Hall Masters suppressed the shock in their hearts and announced, "Fang Chen, you killed my junior. My master will not let you go." Black Emperor turned around and left after saying that. He knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. If he did not leave now, his life would be in danger. Godly Emperor destruction, I'm afraid your strength is already comparable to that of a Tier 3 Ultimate Emperor God, right? The Palace Masters chuckled. Fang Chen smiled but did not say a word. The news quickly spread throughout the divine world. Countless martial artists were shocked. However, the most shocking thing was not that Fang Chen had killed the Death God Emperor, but his daughter, Emperor Shi. Every corner of the divine world was talking about Emperor Shi and the God Emperor destruction. Emperor Shi's name suddenly spread throughout the divine world. Fang Chen and his family returned to the Skybone Palace. Brother Fang, you have hidden your strength well. Qing, who was the first to run over, and said excitedly, "I did not expect my little niece to be an empress. I am so blind." Everyone in the Skybone Palace was shocked. They couldn't believe that the little girl that Tian Xin usually brought around was actually an empress. "Master." Tian Xin also came. He was also shocked by his little junior sister. However, when he thought of his master's ability, he was not surprised anymore. "Senior brother, take me to play." Little Xi jumped into Tian Xin's arms and said, "Okay." This time, Tian Xin brought little Xi to wherever they went. Everyone greeted Emperor Xi respectfully. "Emperor Xi." Everyone cupped their fists, their eyes full of respect. What a joke. That was an god emperor. They did not dare to be careless when facing an expert on the same level as the bone progenitor. "Junior sister, I still need you to protect me in the future." Tian Xin sighed. "Senior brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to help you." Little Xi said. Easternmost Land, Hall of Holy Light. What? 3-year-old empress? The vice-hierarch of the Holy Light sect was shocked when he heard the news. "Are you sure this news is accurate?" "Vice-hierarch, this news is indeed true. It is said that Emperor Xi is the daughter of the godly Emperor Destruction. She became an emperor at the age of 3 and is extremely powerful. She fought against the Death God Emperor in the Pantheon and did not lose. Godly Emperor Destruction, it's him again." The vice-hierarch's face was gloomy. The last time they fought against the godly Emperor Destruction, they lost more than 10 elite godly emperors. They thought that the latter had fallen, but they did not expect him to return 3 years later. Moreover, he brought back a 3-year-old empress. This was too shocking. 3-year-old empress, even in the history of the God realm, there has never been one. This matter is a little strange. I have to report it to the hierarch immediately. The vice-hierarch said in a deep voice. Holy Light sect's lair, forbidden area. This was the place where the hierarch of the Holy Light sect secluded himself. Other than the vice-hierarch, no one could enter this place. The hierarch of the Holy Light sect had ordered that if something major happened, he must be reported to the hierarch immediately. Hierarch. The vice-hierarch cupped his fists in front of the forbidden area. A moment later, a melodious voice came from inside. "What is it?" "Hierarch, something major happened in the God realm recently." The vice-hierarch said. 3 years ago, we discovered that a demonic genius appeared in the God realm. A godly emperor's strength is comparable to a second-stage godly emperor. In order to kill the genius, we sent more than 10 elite godly emperors to assassinate him. In the end, our men were all killed, and the demonic genius was sucked into the chaotic void by the black hole caused by the explosion. We thought that he had fallen, but not long ago, he came back safe and sound. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the forbidden area. "This is not a big deal. No matter how strong a godly emperor is, he can't affect the overall situation. But, he brought back a 3-year-old empress." The vice-hierarch said. Boom. As soon as the vice-hierarch finished speaking, a terrifying aura emerged from the forbidden area. The godly book catcher of our website is on the shelf. All the novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans do not have to wait and do not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Xixiangxiaoshuo download this website's reader. Chapter 2023. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Rumble. The forbidden land opened and a terrifying current surged out. The Holy Light Religion Master walked out slowly with a gloomy face. "What did you say?" The Holy Light Religion Master asked again. "Religion Master, Godly Emperor Destruction brought back a 3-year-old empress," the Vice Religion Master said. "This child is said to be the daughter of Godly Emperor Destruction and is known as Empress Xi. She once fought with Godly Emperor Death at Temple of Gods and was undefeated. Such a demonic emperor god actually appeared in the divine world." The Holy Light Religion Master's eyes flickered and a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. After a long time, he whispered a few words into the Vice Sect Master's ear. "Don't worry, Religion Master. I won't let you down." After that, The vice-religion master turned and left. A complicated expression appeared in the pitch-black eyes of the Holy Light Religion's church master. He raised his head and looked at the sky with his deep eyes. He was thinking about the 3-year-old empress in his mind. The news of the 3-year-old empress spread in the divine world and caused a huge commotion. Some godly emperors who were close to Fang Chen came to congratulate him. Fang Chen. In the courtyard, Fang Chen had just coaxed his daughter to sleep when the vice palace master came. Fang Chen had a good impression of the vice palace master. After he was severely injured by godly king destruction, the vice palace master tried his best to save him. Vice palace master, have a seat. Fang Chen pointed at the stone stool beside him. Fang Chen, you are now stronger than me. You don't have to call me vice palace master. Just call me old he, the vice palace master said. Fang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. I have heard about the battle at Temple of Gods. It was really satisfying. All these years, our Skybone Palace and South Tomb Sword Palace have been fighting. Countless disciples have died in the hands of godly Emperor Death. Now that you have killed him, South Tomb Sword Palace has suffered a great loss. The Vice Palace Master was extremely happy. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him, Fang Chen said. The Vice Palace Master nodded and stopped talking about this. He said, Fang Chen, I came to find you today because I have something that I need your help with. What is it? My Skybone Palace's centennial disciple battle will begin in 3 days. The Palace Lord is also in seclusion, so I hope you can attend when the time comes, said the Vice Palace Lord. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Since the Vice Palace Master had already spoken, it was not good for him to refuse. Okay, I'll be there, Fang Chen said. Ha ha ha, that's great, the Vice Palace Master said happily. By the way, you still have things to do in this year's Battle of the Disciples. In every Battle of the Disciples, we have to select the 3 most outstanding disciples and give them the most resources to nurture them. I'll leave the mission to you. No problem, Fang Chen said. God Realm, Extreme South, Sword Mound. The Emperor's tomb was filled with a sword Dao aura that made people tremble. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Emperor's tomb. The sword Dao aura around him had condensed to the extreme. Keep! The figure bellowed, and the countless vengeful spirits guarding the Emperor's tomb below were instantly kept into the Sumeru ring. Then, he landed on the ground. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice. This person was the silver-masked man who had helped him kill the Death God Emperor's clone. He was also the legendary successor of Destiny. He defeated the Death God Emperor in one move. The battle strength of a supreme God Emperor? The successor of Destiny muttered to himself. He was not surprised to hear that Fang Chen had returned alive. After all, the latter had Jiyu Yuan's 5 great inheritances. He would not die so easily. Even now, he did not regret his choice at all. Love Go Little Say WK as the successor of Jiyu Yuan, Fang Chen's life must be ended by himself. Hence, he resolutely acted to help Fang Chen deal with the Death God Emperor. At that time, he had not broken through to the God Emperor realm. He was not confident of suppressing Fang Chen. But now was different from the past. Fang Chen was still at the God Emperor realm. It was just that his strength had increased slightly. But he was different. He had broken through to the God Emperor realm 3 years ago. During these 3 years, he had been cultivating crazily in the Sword Tomb. He had collected many powerful Sword Dao inheritances and extracted the advantages of them for his own use. In these 3 years, his strength had increased tremendously. The title of God Emperor of Slaughter is not given for nothing. The successor of Destiny said, "It is time for the final battle." The successor of Destiny had been waiting for an opportunity. After this battle, he would borrow the energy in Fang Chen's body to break through to the Cosmos God realm. The moment he succeeded, he would rule the entire cosmos. Even if he did not succeed, he would have 1 foot in the Cosmos God realm. He would be ranked alongside God Emperor Swordless and the others. He had already made sufficient preparations. He did not hesitate to collect all the vengeful spirits in the Emperor's tomb. God Emperor of Destruction, I hope you won't disappoint me. The stronger God Emperor of Destruction was, the more likely he would be to step into the cosmos god realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Vice Palace Master brought Fang Chen to the public square of the Skybone Palace early in the morning. In the huge square, there were over 10,000 disciples standing together in a dense crowd. Fang Chen sat at the centermost position of the rostrum, together with the Vice Palace Master. Behind him sat the 36 inner palace elders. In the crowd, everyone was whispering to each other. "That young man is the most outstanding genius of our Skybone Palace, God Emperor of Destruction." "That's right, it is him. He is so young, yet he could kill the God Emperor of Death. Truly formidable. The bone progenitor's eyesight is too vicious to accept such a genius. He is so strong at the God Emperor realm. What if he steps into the God Emperor realm? How strong will he be?" For a moment, everyone was discussing Fang Chen. After all, the latter had given them too much shock. An elder simply announced the rules of the competition. Then, the battle of the disciples officially began. One by one, the disciples stood on the martial arts stage and fought. On the rostrum, Fang Chen and the Vice Palace Master were chatting. "Fang Chen, there are more than 10,000 disciples participating in the Battle of the Disciples. Most of them are Divine Realm experts, and only a few of them are Divine King Realm experts." The Vice Palace Master introduced, "Of course, to choose the 3 most outstanding geniuses, you don't have to just look at their strength. You have to consider all aspects. When top forces nurtured disciples, they did not look at strength, but talent. Talent determined the upper limit of a martial artist. If one had a strong talent, his growth would be fast." "I know," Fang Chen said. "I am looking forward to the disciple that you choose, Fang Chen," the Vice Palace Master said with a smile. At this moment, a lady in red appeared on the martial arts stage. This lady in red is one of the Divine Kings. The Vice Palace Master introduced, "Her name is Mu Xian, and she has great potential." In the Vice Palace Master's opinion, Mu Xian only had great potential, but she had not reached the level of defying the natural order. Fang Chen watched the battle on the martial arts stage with interest. Mu Xian's fighting method was a little strange, and her figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Fang Chen frowned, as if he found something wrong. No, although she has a good grasp of the spacetime cultivation system, it is impossible for her to be so fast. Among the people present, Fang Chen had the most right to speak about the spacetime cultivation system. He closed his eyes, and his divine sense quietly enveloped Mu Xian, sensing carefully. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense, and a smile appeared on his face. He had decided to give one of the spots to Mu Xian. "I didn't expect to find such a good seedling here." Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If he did not have a strong primordial spirit that could perceive things that others could not, he would not have discovered Mu Xian's secret. Fang Chen turned to look at the Vice Palace Master, who shook his head gently, seemingly dissatisfied. It seems that the Vice Palace Master did not discover it, Fang Chen said to himself. Boom. After a series of battles, Mu Xian defeated her opponent. There were fast and slow battles, and the opponent admitted defeat in the fast battles. The slow battles were a fight to the death, which was very time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung in the sky, and noon came. Only a small part of the battle had been carried out, and many disciples below were still waiting. In the crowd, everyone gradually focused their attention on the battle of the disciples. And the content of their discussion shifted from God Emperor Destruction to the final 3 candidates. The 3 favorites were Supreme Being Wu Tai, Supreme Being Qing, and Supreme Being Ji Hu. As for Mu Xian, although she was also a Supreme Being, there was a big gap between her and the 3 of them, and she was not a favorite. Chapter 2024. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Supreme Being Wu Tai, Supreme Being Extreme Tiger, and Supreme Being Qing. Love go little say W. Chu. Any one of these 3 people could take charge of an area on their own. They even had the strength to become one of the 72 outer palace elders. They were the most outstanding disciples of the Skybone Palace in recent years. There were even people who boasted that one of the 3 would definitely become an existence like the 6 great disciples of the Bone Ancestor. Before the Battle of the Disciples began, they were the most popular candidates. The three of them had countless supporters in the crowd, who were cheering for them with all their might. On the main platform, Fang Chen had been paying attention to the battle between the disciples. Because there were too many disciples participating, it took a long time. The first day passed quickly. Fang Chen only found Mu Xian, who was a good seedling. As for the three popular candidates, they had yet to fight. Just like the first day, the Vice Palace Master, Fang Chen, and the others arrived at the square early on the second day. The Battle of the Disciples was going on as promised. Looking at the disciples fighting desperately below, the Vice Palace Master shook his head gently. It wasn't until the moment Supreme Being Wu Tai fought that he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Fang Chen, you have to be careful of Supreme Being Extreme Tiger, the Vice Palace Master reminded. I will, Fang Chen said. On the martial arts stage, Supreme Being Extreme Tiger's opponent happened to be another Supreme Being. However, this Supreme Being wasn't very strong. He wasn't even as strong as Mu Xian, so he naturally wasn't a popular candidate. You're no match for me. Supreme Being Wu Tai's face was calm. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a grandmaster. Seeing this, the Supreme Being frowned and said, You want me to retreat without a fight? Impossible. Everyone says that you're strong. I'd like to see how big the gap is between us. Under normal circumstances, those who could become supreme beings weren't too bad. They all had their pride. In the Skybone Palace, Supreme Being Wu Tai was extremely dazzling, while he was very low-key. He wasn't willing to accept this. He felt that all the glory should belong to him. Then let's fight. God King Wu Tai said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flickered and his fist was like a snake as it shot out in a tricky manner. Snake fist. On the rostrum, Fang Chen said thoughtfully. The most important aspect of the snake form cunning fist was not the fighting technique, but the technique of exerting force. No one in the Celestial Bone Palace thought highly of this divine art. However, Divine King Wu Tai did the opposite, cultivating the snake form exquisite fist to the extreme. Your perception is not bad. Fang Chen nodded lightly. If there was no suitable candidate, then this God King Wu Tai was also not bad. However, everything would have to wait until the end of the Battle of the Disciples. Since the Vice Palace Master valued him so much, and he was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor, he could not choose blindly. This was related to the future development of Skybone Palace. If his mistake caused Skybone Palace to suffer heavy losses, it would not be worth it. Boom. On the martial arts stage, God King Wu Tai's serpentine arcane fist was executed. Terrifying arcane fist shadows bombarded his opponent unceasingly. His opponent was completely suppressed without any ability to resist. Bang! God King Wu Tai's aura fluctuated, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although it was well hidden, Fang Chen still caught it. Fang Chen frowned and continued to watch. Above godly King Wu Tai's fist, a faint red radiance was emitted. The terrifying strength increased again, and he threw a punch at his opponent. Killing intent. It's obvious that he's not as strong as he is, but he's hiding his killing intent. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head. He felt that God King Wu Tai's temperament was not good, and he was too vicious. This kind of person would easily go to extremes. Crack. His opponent was sent flying by the punch. He was seriously injured and vomited blood. Send him down to treat his injuries. The Vice Palace Master waved his hand and said. In the square, deafening noises were incessant. Everyone was shouting God King Wu Tai's name, and he was like a god of war, looking down on everyone. From this point, it could be seen that God King Wu Tai was the strongest among the popular candidates, and he was also the most likely to be selected. After God King Wu Tai defeated his opponent, the Battle of Disciples continued. In the Battle of Heavenly Gods, there was no outstanding disciple. And in the Battle of God Kings, there was no one like Mu Xian who stunned Fang Chen. The Battle of Disciples lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the Battle of Disciples came to an end. In the square, countless disciples looked at Fang Chen on the rostrum with burning eyes. because they knew that the right to choose 3 outstanding disciples was in Fang Chen's hands. Standing in the front row, God King Wu Tai and the other 2 were full of joy. "There will definitely be one for me," God King Wu Tai said calmly. Apart from God King Wu Tai, who could get a spot, the other 2 did not dare to guarantee it. Therefore, the other God Kings still had a great chance. In short, before the final result was revealed, it was full of uncertainty. In the crowd, Mu Xian stood quietly, bathed in fairy light, and gave off a gentle feeling. Mu Xian's dark eyes looked at Fang Chen on the martial arts stage. God King Destruction is really young. Mu Xian said to herself, such an outstanding person, you can't find anyone in the entire divine world. On the rostrum, the Vice Palace Master stood up and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, God King Destruction will be watching this year's Battle of Disciples, and the 3 spots will be decided by him. Next, let's invite God King Destruction to reveal the final answer. Fang Chen nodded gently, stood up, looked around at the crowd, and said, "My criteria for choosing the 3 spots is simple, and that is to combine all aspects. Therefore, being strong does not mean that you will definitely be selected. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Even if you are not selected, you can still work hard and continue to fight." After a few words of courtesy, Fang Chen announced his first spot. Azure God King. Fang Chen said, he has a very unique understanding of the time rules of order, and can completely apply the time rules of order to the space-time shapeshifting system. Moreover, he has boldly tried to integrate his own understanding into the space-time shapeshifting system. This is a very bold attempt. A person with this kind of courage is worthy of a spot. Azure God King was overjoyed to hear this. "Thank you for your compliment, God King Destruction," Azure God King said. In the crowd, the disciples who supported Azure God King cheered. Wu Tai, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. He was the most outstanding among all the disciples, and there was no other. However, God King Destruction did not choose him first. What did this mean? However, although he was unhappy, he did not dare to lose his temper at God King Destruction. "The second spot will definitely be mine," Wu Tai said to himself. "Congratulations, Azure God King, for getting a spot," the Vice Palace Master said with a smile. "After the battle, the elders of the inner palace will look for you." Then, the Vice Palace Master looked at Fang Chen, waiting for him to announce the second spot. "For the second spot, I choose God King Extreme Tiger," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Fang Chen's choice was reasonable. God King Extreme Tiger and Azure God King were the most popular candidates. God King Extreme Tiger is good at speed, but he did not rely on speed. Instead, he innovated in speed to pursue a higher level of combat power. Fang Chen commented on God King Extreme Tiger. God King Extreme Tiger was impressed by Fang Chen after hearing this. He was able to give such an evaluation just by watching one of God King Extreme Tiger's battles. No wonder God King Extreme Tiger was the most outstanding genius in the history of the deity world. God King Wu Tai was even more annoyed. He was not in the first 2 spots. Although he knew that the third spot would definitely be his, he was still unhappy. The feeling of not being valued made him very unhappy. Next, Fang Chen announced the third spot. "For the third spot, I choose Mu Xian." When Fang Chen said the name Mu Xian, it caused a stir. "What? The third spot is Mu Xian? Doesn't this mean that the most popular candidate, God King Wu Tai, has been eliminated? How is this possible? God King Wu Tai can't beat Mu Xian?" There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "Fang Chen, Mu Xian is not as good as God King Wu Tai, right?" The Vice Palace Master asked in surprise. "I'm not convinced." At this moment, God King Wu Tai took a step forward and retorted. "Our free app reader is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. Offline download is supported, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download, install a mobile app reader on Xuanhuan 11. Chapter 2025. Genius 1 second remember love go little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Many elders were shocked. Why would the godly Emperor Destruction choose Mu Xian instead of Supreme Being Wu Tai? Supreme Being Extreme Tiger and Supreme Being Qing got 2 spots in a row. Everyone thought that Supreme Being Wu Tai would be the last to be chosen. But now, Supreme Being Wu Tai did not even get a spot. Although they were confused, they did not dare to question Fang Chen's decision. Supreme Being Wu Tai was already unhappy. Now that the last spot was taken by Mu Xian, anger rushed to his head and he questioned on the spot. Mu Xian's strength is not as good as mine. She is crushed by me in all aspects. Yet, the godly Emperor Destruction chose Mu Xian instead of me. Is there something fishy about this? Supreme Being Wu Tai said in a low voice. He looked embarrassed. Wu Tai. The Vice Palace Master heard him and reprimanded him. After all, he was the one who invited the godly Emperor Destruction. His strength was enough to kill the Death Emperor. His position in the Sky Bone Palace was second only to the Bone Progenitor. A mere Supreme Being reprimanded Fang Chen. Wasn't he courting death? Vice Palace Master, I am not convinced. The battle of the disciples is supposed to be fair and just. Forgive me for not being able to see how fair the godly Emperor Destruction's choice was, Supreme Being Wu Tai said to the Vice Palace Master. Mu Xian, who was standing at the side, was stunned. She had never thought of fighting for this spot. It was like a pie falling from the sky onto her head. And she had squeezed out Supreme Being Wu Tai. This, Mu Xian's red lips parted slightly. Her pretty face was full of surprise. Vice Palace Master, please uphold justice. Everyone who supported Supreme Being Wu Tai was shouting. Even the godly Emperor Destruction could not trample on the rules of the Sky Bone Palace so recklessly. Fang Chen, explain, the Vice Palace Master said. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Supreme Being Wu Tai. In terms of strength, you are not bad among the Supreme Beings. Among all the disciples who participated in the Battle of the Disciples, you are the strongest. Your potential is not bad, and your perception is also good. But there is one thing that made me give up on you. What is it? Your killing intent is too strong, Fang Chen said. The path of martial arts goes against the will of the heavens. Although he would encounter countless enemies along the way, he still had to be ruthless when he needed to be. But as a martial artist, I can't become a killing machine, right? After pausing for a moment, Fang Chen continued, I can see your future in you. If it was not controlled, it was very likely that it would become a killing machine. Our Skybone Palace wants elites, not killing machines. You should reflect on yourself. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Vice Palace Master did not say anything. But God King Wu Tai was unresigned. As a martial artist, one must have a competitive heart. Moreover, it's not like you don't know the dangers of martial arts. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. My killing intent is strong because I want to protect myself. Is that wrong? Facing Wu Tai's rhetorical question, Fang Chen calmly replied, your realm determines your perspective. When you reach my level, you won't think like this anymore. Sometimes, benevolence is also a kind of cultivation. Fang Chen sighed and no longer paid attention to God King Wu Tai. Then, he shifted his gaze to Mu Xian. Being stared at by Fang Chen like this, Mu Xian's face blushed a little, and she lowered her head slightly. Mu Xian, in fact, your potential is not weaker than others, but you have a shortcoming, that is, you are not confident enough. Fang Chen said softly, I see a lot of advantages in you. Moreover, there is a very strong power hidden in your body. If you can draw it out, your future achievements will not be weak. And, Fang Chen spoke frankly and confidently, saying all of Mu Xian's unknown advantages. At this time, the Vice Palace Master and the others were surprised. It turned out that the low-key Mu Xian had such potential. Amazing. The Vice Palace Master gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and expressed his apology for doubting Fang Chen's attitude in choosing people. Of course, other than the Vice Palace Master and the 36 Inner Palace Elders, no one understood why Fang Chen valued Mu Xian the most although she looked ordinary. No, impossible, Mu Xian is not as good as me. God King Wu Tai seemed to be in a trance as he shouted crazily, take him away. The Vice Palace Master frowned. 2 outer palace elders took God King Wu Tai away from the square. Among the three of you, God King Extreme Tiger and God King Qing's upper limit may be close to the Emperor God Realm, or even the Emperor God Realm. However, this process will be very long and difficult. However, Mu Xian's upper limit is at least the Emperor God Realm. Fang Chen's words directly indicated Mu Xian's overall potential. Hearing this, Mu Xian was a little surprised. All right, the battle of the disciples is officially over. The three of you follow the inner palace elders and leave first. I will send God King Destruction off. The vice palace master smiled. In a moment, the disciples on the square had already left. There was a big upset in the battle of the disciples. Especially Mu Xian, who was valued by God King Destruction and whose upper limit was at least the Emperor God Realm. Didn't this mean that Mu Xian was very likely to become an Emperor God in the future? It was scary just thinking about it. On the tree-lined avenue of the Heavenly Bone Palace, the Vice Palace Master and Fang Chen walked side by side. From time to time, leaves would fall and sway in front of their eyes. Fang Chen, tell me, the Vice Palace Master suddenly said. I can't hide anything from you, Vice Palace Master. Fang Chen smiled and said, Mu Xian has already fused the time and space rules of order together. Moreover, her path in the space-time cultivation system is the same as mine. Oh! The Vice Palace Master widened his eyes and was shocked. In the space-time cultivation system, in terms of knowledge, the bone progenitor was number 1 and Fang Chen was number 2. Similar to Fang Chen's path, didn't this mean that she was an innate space-time cultivator? If she is nurtured properly, it is only a matter of time before Mu Xian reaches the God Emperor realm, Fang Chen said. Furthermore, I have a feeling that she might reach the Emperor God realm. Of course, Fang Chen had another sentence in his heart that he did not say out. That is, he felt that Mu Xian had the chance to break through to the Cosmos God realm. This time, I have to thank you. Otherwise, a good seedling like Mu Xian would have been buried. The Vice Palace Master said with a smile, as for that Wu Tai Godly King, just as you said, his killing intent is too strong. He needs more guidance, or else he will turn into a killing machine. How could a killing machine step into the God Emperor realm? This was also one of the biggest reasons why Fang Chen gave up on choosing him. The battle of the disciples came to an end. Fang Chen felt more relaxed. He was prepared to adjust his body condition before heading to the Reincarnation Palace. When he was cultivating in the Golden Light Buddha Pagoda, he understood the path he had to take. If he wanted to step into the God Emperor realm, he had to break through reincarnation. In reincarnation, he had to comprehend new life, and in reincarnation, he had to comprehend power. In the courtyard, little Shi-Er was surrounded by a thick aura of death. She was explaining the God Emperor of Death's research on the Tao of Death to her father. Father, that's about it. Little Shi-Er said with a pout. After listening, Fang Chen was shocked. He had only fought with the God Emperor of Death once, and he had completely absorbed the other party's talent. The God Emperor of Death's research on the primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle. That was why he could have a clone in the God Emperor realm. Fang Chen was also very curious about the God Emperor of Death's research, so he let little Shi-Er explain a little. Father, the God Emperor of Death's research on the primordial spirit is very strong. If you can fully comprehend it, you can also have a primordial spirit when you step into the God Emperor realm, little Shi-Er said. Fang Chen nodded. Star and Moon saw this scene and pursed her lips into a smile. A 3-year-old daughter guiding her father's cultivation. It was funny just thinking about it. That's right. Although father's primordial spirit is powerful, it doesn't have the same profound means as the God Emperor of Death. Fang Chen sighed. The God realm is so big, and there are all kinds of strange things. For the God Emperor of Death to be able to research the primordial spirit to such an extent, he can be considered a genius. The more he understood the Tao of Death, the more he admired the God Emperor of Death. If the God Emperor of Death didn't fall, it would only be a matter of time before he became the strongest God Emperor. Father, little Shi-Er was about to speak when suddenly, Fang Chen's expression changed, and he stopped her. He frowned slightly and looked up at a certain void. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Fang Chen thought to himself. He felt a slight vibration in the void, but it disappeared in an instant. Take little Xia back to her room. The novel app was an exclusive reader created for the vast number of novel fans. It gathered a huge amount of novel resources, with fine classification, clear layout, and excellent reading effect. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2026. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Star and Moon also felt that something was wrong with Fang Chen's face, so she hurriedly held little Xi in her arms. Love go little say W, chew little Xi, let's go back to our room first, Star and Moon said softly. No, I want to be with father, little Xi said. Buzz. There was a fluctuation in the void. Fang Chen spread out his palm, and a terrifying power emerged. The next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. The time and space fantasy magic book was pushed to the extreme. Fang Chen's body escaped into the void, and in the blink of an eye, he found the figure hidden in the void. You're courting death. Fang Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a wild power whizzed toward Lin Fan. Do it. At this time, the Divine Emperor hidden in the dark shouted, and a golden halo appeared in the void. Whoosh. The golden halo exuded a terrifying pressure, and directly trapped Star and Moon and little Xi in the middle. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly. He jumped and came in front of the golden halo. What a strange method. Fang Chen could feel that the golden halo contained an evil aura, imprisoning little Xi and Star and Moon inside. Little Xi, attack it with all your strength, Fang Chen shouted. Finish it quickly. The golden halo can't imprison the Divine Emperor for too long. The leader of the Divine Emperors said hurriedly. Suddenly, 36 Divine Emperors appeared around Fang Chen, surrounding him. Then, their figures moved quickly, forming a terrifying battle formation. Holy Light Religion? Fang Chen stared at the surroundings and said coldly. Divine Emperor destruction is trapped by our Holy Light Black Pattern Array. Even if you have the strength of the Divine Emperor realm, you can't break out of the array in a short time, the leader of the Divine Emperors said gloomily. This time, they were well prepared to deal with Fang Chen. They wanted to eliminate Fang Chen in one fell swoop. However, they also knew that Fang Chen had a celestial Theurge-grade daughter. Therefore, they brought the supreme treasure of their sect, the Golden Halo. This supreme treasure was personally bestowed by the Holy Light Religion Master. As long as one's power had not reached the level of a strong Emperor God, one would be trapped by the Golden Light Circle. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. As for the Holy Light Black Pattern Array that encircled Fang Chen, it was the Holy Light Religion's main array. Unless the other party had the strength of an ultimate Emperor God, it was impossible to break the array with one's own strength. According to their information, God Emperor Destruction's power was at the peak of Stage 2. He was still a distance away from the strongest Emperor God. Kill. 36 elite Divine Emperors joined forces to attack, erupting with boundless power. Because his daughter and wife were trapped in the Golden Circle, Fang Chen was extremely anxious. Therefore, he directly displayed his strongest attack, the 36th level of the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword. At the same time, accompanied by the time-space fantasy demon book, his body kept flickering. He was unable to be captured by the Divine Emperors of Holy Light Religion. Die! The hidden star sword slashed out fiercely, accompanied by a dragon roar. Suddenly, a Divine Emperor of Holy Light Religion died on the spot. How is this possible? At this moment, exclamations were incessant. The remaining 35 Divine Emperors exclaimed one after another. The strength of an ultimate Emperor God. There was a look of horror on their faces. Fang Chen went on a killing spree. The extreme physical strength of his body burst out. Every time the hidden star sword stabbed out, a Divine Emperor would die. His fists were the same. The power of each punch seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth. How dare you attack my daughter and wife? You are courting death. This was the first time Fang Chen went all out after returning to the divine world. His attack power had completely shocked everyone. Poochie. The Holy Light Black Pattern Array broke by itself. In the blink of an eye, half of the 36 elite Divine Emperors were killed or injured. The information is wrong. Retreat. The leader of the divine emperors shouted hysterically. At the same time, he sent the news back to the base camp in the easternmost land. None of you can escape. Combining his physical strength with the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword, Fang Chen's attack power had reached the extreme. Even compared to an ultimate emperor god, he was not inferior. Kill. With Fang Chen's crazy attack, 30 of the 36 elite divine emperors had fallen. The remaining 6 hurriedly fled. You want to escape in front of me? In the entire divine world, Fang Chen could be ranked second among the spacetime cultivators. Other than the bone progenitor, no one in the divine world could surpass his speed. Whoosh! His figure kept shuttling through the void. A deafening sound was heard. Blood mist gushed out from the void. After a while, Fang Chen returned to the courtyard. Open! Fang Chen hugged the golden halo with both hands and roared. His muscles bulged and his strength burst out, forcibly breaking the golden halo. Father, are you okay? Little Xia jumped into her father's arms worriedly. I'm fine. Fang Chen gently stroked little Xia's head. At the same time, his heart was filled with anger. The Holy Light religion had tried to kill him time and time again. This time, they even tried to kill his wife and daughter. This was unbearable. I must break through to the Emperor God realm as soon as possible. In the war 10,000 years later, I will completely destroy the Holy Light religion. Fang Chen thought to himself. The failure to assassinate Fang Chen. The news was sent back to the Holy Light religion headquarters. The deputy sect master was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. Ultimate Emperor God realm strength. The deputy sect master could not believe it. He shook his head hard. The sect master was in seclusion. This matter was handed over to him. If he failed, he would be punished by the sect master. Even the golden halo and the holy light black pattern array could not kill him. The deputy sect master felt a headache. The more it was like this, the more anxious the deputy sect master was. The potential shown by the godly emperor destruction was too monstrous. If he was not controlled, he would definitely become a big problem for the Holy Light religion in the future. He has such combat strength in the godly emperor realm. What if he reaches the emperor god realm? The deputy sect master did not dare to imagine. A chill flashed in his eyes. It is impossible to kill Fang Chen with just the Holy Light religion. The deputy sect master said to himself, we need the help of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. In the Palace of Bones, Fang Chen was assassinated by the Holy Light religion. The deputy sect master was alarmed. However, seeing that Fang Chen was safe, the former was relieved. In the following period, Fang Chen set up several top Absolute God Realm arrays around the Palace of Bones. With these Absolute God Realm arrays, even an Emperor God would be discovered if he entered the Palace of Bones. The defense of the Palace of Bones had reached an unprecedented level. After making simple arrangements for the Palace of Bones, Fang Chen left the Star and Moon and little Shi-Er in the palace while he went to the Reincarnation Palace alone. Boss, we want to go too, Little Mouse said. After returning to the realm of the gods, Little Mouse and the other 3 went everywhere to train, wanting to improve their strength as soon as possible. Now, the 4 of them had reached the godly emperor realm. In addition to their own supernatural powers, it was difficult to find a match among the godly emperors. In particular, because the 4 of them were often together, they created a powerful joint attack array. Even Fang Chen admired this joint attack array. It combined all the advantages of the 4 of them's supernatural powers. Even if they encountered an emperor god, they could protect themselves. Boss, the 4 of us have been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. We need to train. The Reincarnation Pagoda of the Reincarnation Palace is our goal. We hope to break through the reincarnation and break through to the Emperor God realm, Xiao Huang said. During this period of time, Xiao Huang had devoured a large number of emperor ants. He was only 1 step away from the Emperor Ant realm. If he could break through to the Emperor God realm, he could devour all the emperor ants in the realm of the gods and become the supreme emperor ant. Okay, come with me, Fang Chen said. Through the Palace of Bones inter-region teleportation array, they soon arrived at the territory of the Orc God clan. Because the reincarnation palace was very mysterious and deep in the West Sea, there were almost no inter-region teleportation arrays that could send them directly to the reincarnation palace. They were going to take a flying true god weapon to the reincarnation palace. That battle back then really caused a lot of destruction. Little Mouse sighed. At a glance, the entire Orc god clan was in ruins. The remnants of the Holy Light religion have caused too much damage to the universe. If they are not destroyed, we will never have a day of peace, Xiao Huang said. Little Hai and Pangolin nodded. At their level, their perception of the universe was deeper. Protecting the universe was the responsibility of almost every true god. I wonder how the three holy son of the Orc god clan are doing, Fang Chen said. Come quickly. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2027. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. What he didn't know was that one of the three holy son had already fallen in the battle against the Holy Light religion. Love go little say W, Chu that battle was too cruel. In the end, it was because of the appearance of Wu Teng and Ling that they turned the tide and wiped out the remnants of the Holy Light religion. After a short stay in the Beast God clan, Fang Chen took the four little guys to Golden Peak Island. Boss, wait for me for a while. Little Mouse's figure drilled into the mineral veins below. From the sky, one could clearly see Little Mouse going back and forth between the 5 major mineral veins. After a while, he came back. It's so comfortable. Little Mouse patted his belly and said comfortably, Brother Mouse, how much did you eat? Xiao Huang looked at the latter with some surprise. He clearly knew how terrifying the heaven-devouring divine rat was. Not much, about 10 years' worth of mining from the 5 major mineral veins, Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was also startled. Immediately, he said, your appetite has greatly increased. When you become an emperor god, I wonder if you will eat all the things in the god realm? In my memory, there has never been an emperor god in the heaven-devouring divine rat. Therefore, the description of the emperor god realm is a bit vague. But don't worry, boss. When I step into the emperor god realm, I will go and eat the remnants of the Holy Light religion. That is also a great supplement, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen smiled and left Golden Peak Island. Reincarnation Palace. Ha ha ha, godly emperor destruction, your presence brings light to my reincarnation palace. The deputy palace master personally greeted Fang Chen with a smile on his face. Now, Fang Chen was a celebrity in the god realm. Without the 10 strongest emperor gods, it could be said that godly emperor destruction was the strongest in the god realm. Deputy palace master, I came to the reincarnation palace because I have some trouble, Fang Chen said. Godly emperor destruction, you're being too polite. You're an honored guest of the Samsara palace and you've helped Ling before. What's a small favor? The deputy palace master waved his hand. Fang Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly explained the purpose of his visit to the deputy palace master. My 4 little fellows want to challenge the reincarnation pagoda. Is that okay? Fang Chen asked. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be impossible. However, they were brought here by you, godly emperor destruction. I will make the decision and allow them to enter the reincarnation pagoda to cultivate, said the deputy lord. The godly emperor of destruction was a huge coat-tail. If he didn't hug it now, when would he? Old man, it won't be long before you'll be proud of the decision you made today, the little mouse said. That's right. In the future, the 4 of us will protect the reincarnation palace. Let's see who dares to cause trouble for you, Xiao Huang added. Although Little Hai and Pangolin didn't say anything, their attitudes were the same as Little Mouse's. The Vice Palace Master chuckled and did not take their words seriously. Rumble. The reincarnation pagoda has been opened. Go in, the Vice Palace Master said. I've already told you the specific things to take note of. Be careful. Don't worry, we're going in. The little mouse took the lead and entered the reincarnation pagoda. The other 3 followed closely behind. Dong. The reincarnation pagoda closed. Fang Chen nodded. He was still looking forward to the moment when the 4 of them stepped into the divine emperor realm. Brother Fang Chen, why didn't you tell Ling that you were coming? Ling who was dressed in black, looked very delicate. She quickly ran to Fang Chen and said softly, "I haven't had the time yet, have I?" Fang Chen chuckled and said, "Ling Er, you're not cultivating anymore? Brother Fang Chen, why did you come to the reincarnation palace?" Ling Er stared at Fang Chen with her pitch-black eyes and asked with a smile, "There is indeed something. I want to use the reincarnation power of the reincarnation palace to break through reincarnation," Fang Chen said. "Then why don't you go to the reincarnation pagoda?" Ling Er asked curiously. Fang Chen shook his head. His ambition was not there. "I want to break through the 10,000 reincarnation." Hearing this, the vice palace master was also a little shocked. He looked at Fang Chen with his mouth agape. "Godly Emperor destruction, the 10,000 reincarnation is too difficult. If you're not careful, you'll die. You have to think carefully," the vice palace master reminded him. "I've thought it through," Fang Chen said firmly. "I'll break through reincarnation with brother Fang Chen," Ling Er suddenly said. "Ling Er, you can't. He had just come out of the 10,000 reincarnation not long ago. It was very dangerous to break through it again. Vice Palace Master, I didn't make this decision blindly. First of all, my cultivation is stuck at a bottleneck. If I want to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I have to take risks. So, breaking through reincarnation again is the best choice. Secondly, I'm most familiar with reincarnation. In the process of breaking through reincarnation, Brother Fang Chen and I can help each other and learn from each other. Maybe the two of us can break through reincarnation together," Ling Er explained. "On the path of martial arts, when it's time to take risks, you can't back down. I can understand the reincarnation palace's protection of Ling Er. But now that the realm of the gods is in chaos, if Ling Er continues to be like this, how will she break through the tribulation of heaven and earth in the future?" Fang Chen said. After struggling for a while, the Vice Palace Master finally nodded and agreed. "Okay, I agree with you breaking through reincarnation. But don't try to be brave," the Vice Palace Master said. "Don't worry, I know." Ling Er giggled and pulled Fang Chen's arm and quickly left the reincarnation pagoda. Reincarnation Square. This place had the densest reincarnation law power in the entire realm of the gods. If one wanted to break through reincarnation without the help of the reincarnation pagoda, they could only enter reincarnation here. "Big brother Fang Chen, this is your first time breaking through reincarnation. Just relax and listen to my instructions," Ling Er said. Fang Chen nodded and took a deep breath. Then, with a thought, the wild reincarnation law power dissipated from his body. In the next moment, his reincarnation law power came into contact with the reincarnation law power in the reincarnation square. Reincarnation of heaven and earth, the growth of all things. Ling Er muttered some complicated incantations. Fang Chen felt his eyelids fighting. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. Fang Chen and Ling Er's bodies were filled with extremely dense reincarnation law power. The two of them were already breaking through reincarnation. "I hope you can succeed," the Vice Palace Master prayed secretly. In the depths of the South Sea, the waves were turbulent. All of a sudden, an angry roar broke the silence of the place. Suddenly, a huge water column appeared on the surface of the water. A deafening sound spread out. A wild aura raged throughout the South Sea. Two thick tentacles appeared from the water column. Then, a black figure emerged from the water. Roar. It was the roar of the royal ant tribe. The royal ant tribe was as big as a hill. It was many times bigger than Xiao Huang. Its body contained an extremely terrifying aura. "I'm finally back." The aura of the royal ant tribe was very shocking. Every time it moved, it would cause turbulent waves. Because of the tremors of the sea, some powerful divine beasts appeared. The royal ant tribe. After seeing the royal ant tribe, these divine beasts all had the idea to kill it. Kill. Angry roars resounded throughout the South Sea. Facing the attacks of many divine beasts, the huge royal ant tribe opened its bloody mouth. Wild power swept out in an instant. With a single bite, the divine beast at the front of the pack was crushed into pieces. "How dare you attack me? Have you forgotten my existence after I've been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years?" The huge royal ant tribe sneered and launched a thunderous attack. After a while, the sky above the South Sea was filled with blood. The divine beasts that surrounded it were all killed. Among them were some divine emperor divine beasts. Their attack power was very strong, but it was useless. Back then, I almost became the supreme royal ant of the divine realm. However, I ended up in a miserable state. I was only one step away. I'm so cruel. The huge royal ant tribe spoke in human language and said in a deep voice. Now, since I've completely awakened, I must conquer all the ant tribes and become the real royal ant, the huge royal ant tribe said. Demonic Emperor Ant, I wonder if you're still alive. If you're still alive, then I'll tear you into pieces with my own hands. Back then, it was the royal ant tribe powerhouse that competed with the demonic Emperor Ant for the position of royal ant. However, because of a mistake, the demonic Emperor Ant became the royal ant. A trace of its remnant consciousness escaped from the demonic Emperor Ant's stomach and sank into the South Sea. After hundreds of millions of years of recuperation, it finally woke up again. Its injuries were healed, and its cultivation level was at its peak. The huge royal ant tribe was furious when it thought of the demonic Emperor and equals a mobile app launched by this site. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet, in order to save mobile data. Sheng Wangle. Chapter 2028. Genius 1 second Remember Love Go Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Transcending reincarnation was a technical job. Not only did one have to have a strong comprehension ability, but one also had to have a strong sense of reincarnation. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, it would be useless. In reincarnation, one's real strength was of little use. One could only rely on one's comprehension ability and reincarnation perception. In fact, for Fang Chen, who did not specialize in reincarnation, his perception was definitely not as good as Ling Er's. However, Fang Chen's performance in transcending reincarnation was exceptionally dazzling. This was because he had passed the first level of the reincarnation pagoda, which was equivalent to 100 reincarnations. Transcending reincarnation was more difficult in the later stages. However, Fang Chen's speed in transcending reincarnation was indeed unusually fast. It only took him 3 days to pass the 101st reincarnation. This caused quite a stir. Monster. The deputy palace master only had 2 words for Fang Chen. Now, he finally understood why Fang Chen wanted to transcend reincarnation. He wanted to experience the mortal world in reincarnation and break through to the divine emperor realm. If he specializes in reincarnation, I wonder if he can surpass the palace master. The deputy palace master had some bold ideas in his heart. However, what happened next made the deputy palace master even more dumbfounded. With his own actions, Fang Chen continued to break one record after another in the history of the reincarnation palace. For example, the divine emperor who was the fastest to pass 200 reincarnations was much stronger than Ling Er in this aspect. However, Ling Er's path was different from his. Transcending reincarnation faster did not mean that his comprehension of reincarnation was stronger than Ling Er's. However, transcending reincarnation became more difficult in the later stages. Hence, Fang Chen used a year's time before he cleared the 1000 reincarnation cycle. In the world of reincarnation, Fang Chen's body was filled with extremely rich reincarnation power. Fang Chen, you have nowhere to run today. That's right. Hand over your treasures. Otherwise, you will die. On a bluestone, Fang Chen stood quietly with a long sword in his hand. There were some bloodstains on his clothes. Love Go Little Say W. Chu. He glanced around and saw that there were more than 10 experts around him. Strength is the most important thing. Fang Chen sighed. Among the warriors who had surrounded him, a few of them were his brothers. The current him was already the strongest expert in Morchi continent. Because he possessed a supreme treasure, he was besieged by other experts. And the mastermind behind all this was actually his good brother. Wang Long, I've been so good to you all these years, but you betrayed me. Fang Chen asked. Mage, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. For so many years, no matter how hard I tried, I've always been suppressed by you. I can't accept it. I want to surpass you, But your potential is too strong, so I can only destroy you, the warrior called Wang Long said coldly. If I can't surpass you, then I will destroy you. I'm very sad. Hearing Wang Long's words, Fang Chen felt like he had an epiphany. Dense information appeared in his mind, and his primordial spirit trembled. Whoosh! Holding a long sword in his hand, he engaged in a melee with these warriors. One sword to shock the world. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was very sharp. Every time he attacked, he would force everyone to retreat. Let's attack together and kill him. Wang Long roared angrily. Everyone displayed their strongest attacks and engaged in a melee with Fang Chen. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the end, Fang Chen relied on his super strength to kill all the people who had besieged him. But he was also seriously injured, and his blood splattered all over the sky. His pitch-black eyes stared at the sky. I see. In an instant, his body dissipated into the void. At the last moment, he had an epiphany, which allowed him to complete this reincarnation in advance. This was just a small episode in the reincarnation cycle. Every reincarnation cycle had an independent story that belonged to Fang Chen. These stories were very different from reality, but they could guide Fang Chen from all aspects, allowing him to fully release himself. 3 years later, Fang Chen passed 3,000 reincarnations. 5 years later, he passed 5,000 reincarnations, and saw everything in the world more clearly. 10 years later, he passed 8,000 reincarnations. After 12 years, he finally passed 10,000 reincarnations. This speed had long surpassed the fastest record in the history of the Reincarnation Palace. 10,000 reincarnations was a hurdle. Fang Chen was also trapped in it, unable to extricate himself. During this time, Ling Er came out of seclusion. On the day Ling Er came out of seclusion, the entire world trembled. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky, alarming countless emperor gods. On the reincarnation square, Ling Er, who was dressed in black, suddenly opened her eyes. The power in her body rapidly rose to the extreme. With just a glance, the entire reincarnation palace was enveloped by the power of the reincarnation rules of order. Is this the Emperor God realm? Ling Er's red lips moved slightly as she muttered to herself. Ha ha ha, congratulations Ling Er on entering the Emperor God realm. The Vice Palace Master was the first to appear, his face full of excitement. Ling Er's breakthrough to the Emperor God realm was definitely the most joyous event in the Reincarnation Palace. At the same time, the other Emperor Gods in the God realm also knew that a new Emperor God had appeared in the Reincarnation Palace. Ling Er turned her head and glanced at Fang Chen. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It really wasn't easy. She had passed 10,000 reincarnations, but still hadn't stepped into the Emperor God realm. However, this time, he had broken through while working together with Fang Chen to break through the cycle of reincarnation. No one knew what had happened to Ling Er in the world of reincarnation, so she didn't want to say anything. She stood up and left the reincarnation square. Ling Er, you've become an Emperor God. Do you want to change your title? The Vice Palace Master reminded her. Ling Er was previously known as the Reincarnation Emperor, one of the 6 emperors of the laws. But now that she had broken through to the Emperor God realm, she naturally couldn't use the title. Let's call you God Emperor Ling Shi. Ling Er thought for a moment, then said softly. All right, I'll immediately inform the Temple of Gods to verify your title, the Vice Palace Master said. The verification of a God Emperor was relatively simple. Soon, the Temple of Gods announced that Wang Ling Er, the first reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, had become a God Emperor and was now known as God Emperor Ling Shi. When the experts who had once competed with Ling Er heard that she had become a God Emperor, they all fell silent. In the Beast Gods, the 2 Holy Sun looked at each other. We have to work hard as well, the second Holy Sun said. That's right. She used to be at the same level as us, but now she's become God Emperor Ling Shi. The Holy Sun smiled bitterly. He had great potential, but he couldn't take the final step. I'm going into seclusion until I become a God Emperor. The second Holy Sun nodded. At the same time, Wu Teng of the Immortal Divine Pavilion sighed. He had once loved Ling Er, and had even tried to woo her. But now, There was an insurmountable gap between them. Ling I will definitely become a god emperor. On that day, I will personally propose marriage to you. Wait for me. Wu Teng also entered seclusion. The monstrous geniuses of the younger generation in the god world were all stimulated by Ling After all, she was the first of her generation to become a god emperor. The sky above the West Sea was cloudless. A figure descended from the sky. He stepped on the waves and stood majestically. Trying to break through reincarnation? The god emperor of Massacre's lips curled up into a sinister smile. He naturally understood why the god emperor of Destruction was trying to break through reincarnation, but was it useful? I told you that when I become a god emperor, it will be time for me to take your life, the god emperor of Massacre muttered to himself. Spatial contraction. He took a step forward, and it was as if he had traversed an endless distance. Do you feel fear right now? Do you feel pressure? Are you in a hurry to become a god emperor to block my attacks? The god emperor of Massacre laughed. He was a god emperor, the god emperor of Massacre. He wanted to kill every cultivator who stood in his way. What a lucky bastard. He actually obtained the inheritance of the other 4 great inheritors. The god emperor of Massacre continued, but this also proves that the other 4 inheritors are trash. Only I am the most orthodox inheritor of Gu Yuan, and only I am qualified to step into the cosmos god realm. After taking a dozen steps, the god emperor of Massacre arrived at the reincarnation palace. The restrictions of the reincarnation palace were practically useless against him. Huala! The god emperor of Massacre suddenly appeared on the reincarnation plaza. Who is it? God Emperor Ling was currently discussing some matters with the Vice Hall Master when her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. She stared at the sky and shouted, "You are indeed God Emperor Ling Shi. Such perception is admirable." The God Emperor of Massacre laughed, his body surrounded by a scarlet aura. Chapter 2029. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. The Massacre God Emperor wore a silver mask on his face. No one had ever seen his true face. Love go little say W. Chu a faint aura of slaughter surrounded his body, giving off an oppressive feeling. Now that the Samsara God Emperor was in seclusion, God Emperor Ling Shi was no match for him. No one could save the person he wanted to kill. Massacre God Emperor? A grim look crossed God Emperor Ling Shi's face. Although the Massacre God Emperor kept a low profile in the God world, as the first Samsara king of the Samsara palace, she still had some information about him. Although the number of times this person attacked was extremely few, his attack power was extremely powerful, especially his attainments in the Sword Dao, which was even more astonishing. Massacre God Emperor, why have you come to the Samsara palace? The Vice Palace Master asked in a low voice. I'm here for the Godly Emperor of Destruction, the Massacre God Emperor said simply. When he said the words Godly Emperor Destruction, a murderous intent that made people tremble erupted from his body. Massacre God Emperor, you can leave now. The Godly Emperor of Destruction is a guest of the Samsara Palace. You can't touch him, God Emperor Ling Shi said. Oh! The corners of Emperor God of Massacre's mouth lifted as he revealed a sinister smile. He looked at God Emperor Ling Shi meaningfully, then said indifferently, "Do you think you can withstand my attack? The Godly Emperor of Destruction is my benefactor. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body." God Emperor Ling Shi's attitude was clear. She wouldn't allow anyone to touch Fang Chen. Fang Chen was in the midst of reincarnation. If he was disturbed by the outside world, he could be seriously injured. This was something God Emperor Ling Shi didn't want to see. No matter what, she had to help Fang Chen resist the Massacre God Emperor. Ling Seeing that the Massacre God Emperor wasn't willing to give up, the Vice Palace Master was a little anxious. He looked at Ling worriedly. The latter shook her head gently, unwilling to give way. Since that's the case, I'll have a taste of God Emperor Ling Shi's skills. Emperor God of Massacre grinned. Ever since he had stepped into the Emperor God realm, he had yet to exchange blows with an Emperor God. This time, he wanted to let all the God Emperors in the God realm know that he had killed many God Emperors. Boom! Just as Emperor God of Massacre finished his words, a terrifying scarlet aura filled the air. Then, Emperor God of Massacre clenched his fist and punched downwards. Suddenly, the extremely wild scarlet fist light whizzed towards Ling Er. Light of reincarnation. Seeing this, Ling Er let out a soft cry and immediately spread out her small white hands. The vast power of the transmigration rules of order emanated from her body and wrapped around her tightly. When the scarlet fist light hit Ling Er's body, it was directly devoured by the reincarnation rules of order. Crack! A ferocious face appeared in the transmigration rule power. It was the struggling crimson fist light. Hiss hiss hiss. Although the scarlet fist light was very strong, it was still completely purified by the power of the transmigration law. Ling Er spread out her hands and dense transmigration rules of order surged out. Her pitch-black eyes stared at Emperor God of Massacre. Although the latter had only thrown a simple punch, it brought her a lot of pressure. As expected of God Emperor Ling Shi. Your attainments in the transmigration law are admirable. Emperor God of Massacre looked at Ling Er with interest and grinned. However, if you think that this is enough to block my attack, then you are wrong. Emperor God of Massacre's tone changed, and suddenly, an even more bloody aura filled the air. Unknowingly, a huge sword had appeared in his hand. Sword of Destiny. As he shouted these 4 words, the color of the entire world changed. The reincarnation palace trembled as the sword chi in the air rushed into his huge sword with lightning speed. Love go little say net, chu immemorial soul refining art, sword of destiny. Although this was the only move that the successor of Destiny had, it was enough to deal with God Emperor Ling Shi. If Fang Chen were to attack, this move might not work. However, it is enough to deal with you, God Emperor Ling Shi. As soon as Emperor God of Massacre's voice fell, the huge sword, glowing with a scarlet light, slashed down on Ling Er. Transmigration divine art. Ling Er shouted as she pushed the reincarnation palace's ultimate skill to its limit. The reincarnation rule power formed the strongest defense. His figure turned into an afterimage as he shuttled through the void, performing powerful moves. Crack. However, no matter how many moves you have, I only need one strike. Under the control of Emperor God of Massacre, the huge sword slashed down on Ling Er's body. With a loud crack, the defense formed by the power of reincarnation law shattered instantly. The scarlet sword chi drilled into Ling Er's body and corroded her meridians. Ling Er's delicate body was sent flying as blood splattered all over the sky. How is this possible? At the edge of the square, the vice palace master, who was watching the battle, was completely stunned. The move that Ling Er had just executed would have allowed her to escape unscathed even in the hands of a second-tier God Emperor. However, it was unable to block Emperor God of Massacre's sword. An omnipotent God Emperor? The vice palace master's heart was in turmoil. His eyes widened as his entire body trembled. It had only been 3 years since he became a God Emperor, but Emperor God of Massacre had already reached the level of an omnipotent God Emperor. Ling Er. The vice palace master leaped up and caught Ling Er, who was falling down. Ling Er's aura was a little weak, and her face was filled with pain. Most of her meridians were broken, and her blood circulation was blocked. However, she still stood up resolutely and looked up at the Massacre God Emperor in the sky with difficulty. You can't. She was so weak that she could not even complete her sentence. However, she still had to protect Fang Chen. God Emperor Ling Shi, do you still have the strength to stop me? Emperor God of Massacre sneered. Then, he walked towards the square step by step. As long as he entered the center of the square, he would be able to stop Fang Chen's transmigration. I am the only inheritor. Emperor God of Massacre ignored God Emperor Ling Shi and walked towards the square. When he saw Fang Chen's back, his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. More and more, I feel that saving you from the hands of God Emperor of Death was the wisest choice. Emperor God of Massacre laughed sinisterly. He discovered that Fang Chen's aura was getting thicker and thicker. He could break through to the God Emperor realm at any time. And the stronger he was, the more energy he would gain. His chances of breaking through to the Cosmos God realm would be higher. No. Seeing that the Massacre God Emperor was about to rush into the square, the weak Ling Er suddenly took a big step forward and rushed in front of the Massacre God Emperor to stop him. Scram! Emperor God of Massacre's expression was gloomy. He waved his hand and sent Linga flying with a terrifying force. God Emperor Ling Shi, I'm giving face to your reincarnation palace. Don't push your luck. Emperor God of Massacre coldly said. He wasn't willing to act against God Emperor Ling Shi, but that didn't mean he was afraid of the reincarnation palace. If God Emperor Ling Shi acted again, he could guarantee that she would become the shortest-lived God Emperor in the entire deity world. Ling don't be rash. The Vice Hall Master stopped Ling with an anxious expression. Big brother Fang Chen, even at this moment, Ling was still worried about Fang Chen. But there was nothing she could do. Dong. With every step he took, he could feel the earth trembling. Emperor God of Massacre seemed to be enjoying this process. Step by step, he slowly walked into the square. The moment he stepped into the reincarnation law energy of the square, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. Soon after, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Am I being disturbed? Emperor God of Massacre sneered and continued forward. In the blink of an eye, Emperor God of Massacre arrived by the side of Fang Chen. He slowly raised his hand, and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that the godly Emperor of Destruction, who had gathered all 5 great inheritances, would die in my hands like this, Emperor God of Massacre said. Buzz. Caret, half, asterisk, / float asterisk, birth, tilde, float. After being disturbed, Fang Chen's body underwent an earth-shattering change. Inside his body, his golden heart was beating rapidly. At the same time, the terrifying reincarnation law energy invaded his mind and revolved around his primordial spirit. Dong. In an instant, the path of reincarnation that had troubled Fang Chen for a long time suddenly opened up. Is this how the path of reincarnation works? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the world of reincarnation. He waved his hand and shattered the entire world. Soon after, he walked out of the world of reincarnation. The godly tool for catching up on novels is on the shelf. All the novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans don't have to wait and don't miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat. Xixiangxia Shuo download the reader of this website. Chapter 2030. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Fang Chen could feel that the potential of the Massacre God Emperor was very strong. When they first met, they were on par with each other. Emperor God of Massacre was only of God Emperor realm cultivation. After so many years, he had relied on the series of cultivation in Yuan Huang to become one of the strongest emperor gods. As for the successor of Destiny Sword, he had relied on his own hard work. If they weren't enemies, they might have become friends. It was a pity that they had accepted Jiu Yuan's sword principal inheritance, and it was destined that only one of them could survive. Kill. Emperor God of Massacre roared as he waved the huge sword in his hand. Apart from Destiny Sword principle, he had other sword principle divine skills. Executing Heaven Sword Destruction. As Emperor God of Massacre roared, the huge sword broke into pieces and turned into countless sword principle runes that twinkled in the void. Then, Emperor God of Massacre waved his hand and the sword principle runes were attached to his palm. He leaped up and arrived in front of Fang Chen like a gust of wind. Then, he slammed his hands down. Hiss hiss hiss. The terrifying sword chi tore the sky apart and covered Fang Chen. What a strange divine skill. Fang Chen creased his eyebrows. He could feel that the divine skill that Emperor God of Massacre had performed contained a special aura. He couldn't figure out what the aura was. However, he didn't wait for his death. Demon Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword Principle Level 36 was performed and a dragon's roar filled the sky. A huge black dragon swayed its tail and looked down from the sky. Roar. The huge black dragon opened its mouth and breathed out a dragon's breath. Instantly, the entire square was drowned in flames. Emperor God of Massacre's face changed when he saw that. He could feel a terrifying killing power from Fang Chen's Demon Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword Principle. D***it. Emperor God of Massacre cursed under his breath. Then, he took out a golden bracelet. Then, he injected a violent real god power into the golden bracelet. Suddenly, Countless rays of golden light shot out from the golden bracelet. These golden lights intertwined in the sky and swooped down in an instant, enveloping the square and trapping Fang Chen within. Crack! It was also at this moment that the huge black dragon used its super strong power to shatter the sword light that Emperor God of Massacre had sent out. Godly Emperor Destruction, I admit that your strength is beyond my imagination. Initially, I thought that I could kill you easily. But now, it seems that I can only use my trump card, Emperor God of Massacre said solemnly. But this is even better. The stronger you are, the higher my chances of breaking through to the Cosmos God realm after devouring you. Trapped in the aura of the golden light, Fang Chen felt the surrounding void freeze. His time and space phantasm demon tome was ineffective. This made Fang Chen very surprised. What kind of supreme treasure is this? Fang Chen's heart trembled. There's no need to struggle. I worked hard to get this. I haven't used it all this while just in case I have to deal with you. Emperor God of Massacre saw Fang Chen struggling and sneered, this golden bracelet's binding power is so strong that even the strongest god emperors can't break free from it. Unless what? Fang Chen asked. Unless I lose control of the golden light bracelet, that is. The latter will automatically retract its aura, allowing you to escape from here. Emperor God of Massacre said, but who in the reincarnation palace can stop me from attacking you? Emperor God of Massacre revealed a playful smile as if everything was under his control. The moment the golden bracelet was taken out, Emperor God of Massacre knew that the battle had ended. Not good. The Vice Hall Master and Ling who were in the distance shouted inwardly. Even though they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. Love go little say W, Chu I want to save big brother Fang Chen. Ling dragged her exhausted body and wanted to rush to the square. But she was stopped by the Vice Hall Master. Ling with your current combat power, you can't even defeat a God Emperor. How can you save God Emperor Destruction? The Massacre Emperor God is too powerful. If the godly Emperor of Destruction is unable to deal with him, then the Massacre Emperor God is too powerful. If God Emperor Destruction can't defeat him, no one in the Reincarnation Palace can, the Vice Hall Master advised. But I can't watch big brother Fang Chen fall. Ling beautiful face was filled with anxiety. Ling don't make unnecessary sacrifices, the Vice Hall Master said. On the square, Fang Chen was bound by the golden aura. This golden aura seems to contain a strand of Cosmos God's aura. Fang Chen pondered. His golden heart was beating rapidly as it tried to break free from the golden aura. But it was unlikely that he would succeed in the short term. Ha ha ha. Emperor God of Massacre laughed sinisterly as he strode towards Fang Chen. But at this moment, Fang Chen spoke. Emperor God of Massacre, do you think you can trap me like this? Fang Chen said. Then what do you think? Emperor God of Massacre sneered. I have a helper. Although it's not enough to defeat you, it will be a headache. However, it will definitely give you a headache for a while, Fang Chen said with a mysterious smile. Hearing this, Emperor God of Massacre looked around and said coldly, what's the use of pretending? I've already told you. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Fang Chen shrugged. He then closed his eyes and focused on breaking free from the golden aura. At the same time, ripples appeared behind Emperor God of Massacre. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. I'll smash you to death. Following this, a voice sounded. The Titan Pagoda fell from the sky, bringing with it a powerful force as it smashed onto Emperor God of Massacre's head. Dong! Emperor God of Massacre was caught off guard and was smashed into the ground. A huge pit appeared on the square. The Massacre God Emperor soared into the sky from the crater and roared angrily at the sky. Emperor God of Massacre widened his eyes when he saw the person who attacked him. Your doppelganger? I've already told you that I have a helper. The doppelganger spread his hands and held the Titan Pagoda in his palms as he said with a smile. When Fang Chen was fighting with Emperor God of Massacre, the former had already sent his doppelganger into the void. He had originally planned to sneak attack Emperor God of Massacre. However, he had not expected Emperor God of Massacre to use his trump card and bind the original body. He had no choice but to use the Titan Pagoda to smash Emperor God of Massacre. The doppelganger was definitely not as powerful as the original body. However, using the Titan Pagoda, he could still hold off Emperor God of Massacre for a while. He had also said that without his control, the golden aura would gradually disappear. By then, the binding of the original body would naturally be broken. Then I'll destroy your doppelganger first. Emperor God of Massacre was filled with murderous intent. He waved the huge sword in his hand and unimaginable sword light slashed across Fang Chen's body. Smash, I'll smash you to death. The doppelganger's intention was clear. I won't exchange blows with you. I'll use the time-space fantasy demon book to dodge your attacks and smash you with the Titan Pagoda at the same time. Even if I can't smash you to death, I'll bring you some pressure and buy some time for the original body. Rumble. The doppelganger controlled the Titan Pagoda and smashed Emperor God of Massacre until he retreated rapidly. Damn it, I must snatch the Titan Pagoda. Emperor God of Massacre roared in his heart. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. I don't believe that I can't smash you to death. The doppelganger continued to bombard Emperor God of Massacre. In the hasty battle, Emperor God of Massacre's control over the golden bracelet naturally decreased by a lot. The original body's chance had come. The golden heart played a huge role in attacking the internal space of the golden bracelet. In addition, the golden aura was swaying continuously. The original body used all his strength to break the binding of the golden bracelet. Ding! The terrifying aura in the golden bracelet gradually dissipated. The main body grabbed the golden bracelet and observed it carefully. Then, a smile appeared on his face. This golden bracelet is extraordinary. Give it to me. The Massacre God Emperor roared in anger. He reached out his hand and sucked in with force. Instantly, the golden bracelet in Fang Chen's hand was sucked away. Voila! The original body and doppelganger floated side by side in midair and looked at Emperor God of Massacre mockingly. Do you still have the confidence you had before? The original body asked. Emperor God of Massacre's face darkened and he remained silent. You don't have to take out that broken bracelet to embarrass yourself. It's useless to me. The original body continued. I didn't use all my strength just now. If the original body and doppelganger attacked together, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. Emperor God of Massacre snorted and a thick layer of blood mist appeared on the surface of his skin. Between you and me, only one of us can live. Today's situation is destined to be a fight to the death.